I'm feeling a little mischievous today, so I apologize in advance for any silly goose moments. Or do I? Hey, who's laughing? Namaste, welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I trust that you are as well as you can be in this moment, and even if you're not feeling like that is true for you, may you find peace and relaxation here. Welcome Lauren, and dear Nick and Sida. Hello Miss Scott, UK History Talk. May you be feeling accepted and welcomed here. And welcome dear Mark's Matt, and thank you for the likes dear Nick. And welcome dear Lurker. Namaskaram dear Sky Guardian and Aimi. Allow me to be your humble host of this Sangha today, and if I'm not humble, you gotta hold me accountable to that. Counting on you. Welcome dear Frida and Sim. Hello Om Tat Sat. I'd love to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming environment open to all of you, regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system. I truly believe there's enough room in here for everyone. It's like the opposite of a cowboy showdown, where this town ain't big enough for the two of us. Actually, it's quite large, and there's plenty of room, so please make yourself at home. Welcome Slinky and Jared and Jeffrey, Kenshu and James and Soap. Gotta have soap here to keep ourselves clean. And welcome dear Psychedelic Karma and Meg. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yunah Prachodayat. Of course. And welcome dear Kairos and Vega and D Vader. I'd love to know how you're all feeling at this moment, so I know what to hold space for. Whatever you're going through in this moment, know that you are valid and feeling the way that you are feeling. That's funny, Sky Guardian. Jai Yamnarayan. Dear Soap, you share you're in a really bad situation. You don't know what to do. Well, depending on how private the situation is, you're welcome to share more or not. And I'd love to hear you out, what you're going through. Now, whatever you are going through, know that it's not about a good decision, but making each decision good. So don't be so hard on yourself for the choices that you make, because it's not about what the choice is, but how we make it and how we pursue exploring that avenue of life. And there's many opportunities to go back and change things. Namaste, dear Lando. Oh, that sounds intense, dear Psychedelic Karma. But many blessings to you. And thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Tattvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses too. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Nick, you share you're alright for the most part at the moment. You just wish it wasn't about to be winter time. I know how you're feeling. Yeah. You know, it just feels good when our days are nice and sunny. And it feels all warm and wonderful. But there's some good times to be had in winter too. The warmth has now withdrawn to inside our homes, and so we are definitely allowed to cozy up on the couch and watch our favorite shows and make some tea or hot chocolate and things like that, and get a nice blanket and be with our pets and all that jazz. And there is no better time to do any of that than the winter. Hello, dear Steve. Greetings, Isabella. New Jersey is expected to get some snow. Share Sky Guardian, you can't wait. Is that rare for New Jersey? I wouldn't know. I know that in Canada, practically every place gets snow, but I know that's not true in America. Not at all? But you are excited. And thank you for your additional trio of roses, dear Psychedelic. Ariom Tatsat. Isabella, you share it's rare in Texas to get snow. Now that, I believe. Dear Lando, you ask, who is celebrating Pancha Ganapati along with you? You're always the only one where you're at. Actually, I haven't heard of this tradition. I'm behind in my Hindu holidays, but I would be happy to include myself in it. That sounds fun. And hello, dear Angel. I'm doing well, thank you for asking. How are you? And welcome, Lena and Avril and Eric. Oh, well, I'll try not to raise my voice if you're gonna go to bed soon, dear Psychedelic. But yes, may you get some meaningful dreams and rejuvenating sleep. And I'll try not to use any zany sound effects while you're sleeping. I don't know if you heard that. You share that Pancha Ganapati is kind of new, but it's for you Hindus to have fun around Christmas time as well. I like that. Yeah. And there's no shortage of holidays in Hinduism. I think you could never call in to work saying, hey, I got a holiday I have to do with the family today. Your boss would say, sir or ma'am, we have a holiday on every day. Can't you wait until tomorrow? Something auspicious every single day. Hello, dear Canadian Canuck. Sky Guardian, you share, I need a Rick Roll sound effect. Well, I got the next best thing. Well, that was anticlimactic. The sound effect's called magic. I was expecting it to be a little bit more magical than just... Awkward. Hello, dear Daffy. How are you? Namaste, dear Dr. Jenny. Daffy, you share you're getting a feminist tattoo soon. I love to hear that. What is an example of a feminist tattoo? What is the symbol of feminine? Of course, there's the symbol for the feminine. You know, whatever that, the circle and the line. I always forget which one is which. Thank you, dear Kev, for the TikTok that you had sent to. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Om Saha Jum Hum Om. And dear Kevin, thank you for your heart, me too. Radhe Radhe. Daffy, you share it's the cover art for Labor by Paris Paloma. You probably have heard of it on TikTok lately. It goes all day, every day, therapist, mother, maid, nymph, etc. I have not heard that, but let me look it up. The cover art, that is. Liber by Paris Paloma. Is it the fruit? It looks like a what's it called? A pomegranate? Yeah. Let me see if I can show this on the screen for everyone. That one? If you can see it, I don't know. Actually, wait. The last time I had this open. Oh yeah, no, it's a good. I thought it might be upside down. Oh, cool. How interesting. Well, that's very sweet. Literally. I look forward for that wonderful new art piece with such deep meaning to be on you. You're getting that, but as a realistic pomegranate. Oh, how fun is that? I like that. I'm happy you find anything relaxing here, dear Marg. Or Marge. You have to tell me if the hard G or soft G. Johnny Garlic. You ask, how long have I been growing out my hair? Well, I guess ever since I was born. Even then, I had a little bit of hair in the wound, probably. But I decided to have it, you know, basically as long as it is now, a few years ago. So it's a relatively new experience for me. There's so many things you have to keep in mind that you just wouldn't know. From, you know, having to hold it back when you're going to take a sip of drink from a tap or something, to laying down and your shoulders on it and you're pulling your own hair and rolling it from one side of the bed to another and your hair is just on your face and you gotta go. And the amount of hair that's everywhere now. Oh. Dear hashtag open brace carrot close brace hashtag. You ask, do I believe in God? I believe in you. And I believe we've all come from the same source. And whatever we choose to call it, either by religious terms or scientific terms, that at some point we were all one. And now we live as many, but it's up to us to see the oneness behind our diversity. And thank you for liking the live too. It's always such a hard question for you as an Advaitin, dear Lando, indeed. I was thinking just before I got on today, you know, that, you know, if an atheist doesn't believe in the existence of God, and a theist believes in the existence of God, then I'm both an atheist and a theist. Because in my opinion, the nature of the source of existence is beyond existence. So if existence means being something that exists, then God does not. But if existence means something that includes the place in which it's from, then God does. So it really depends on exactly what we mean by existence. Marg, you ask, and did you tell me if it was a hard G or a soft G? It's a hard G, Marg, okay. What were we doing when we were one? Nothing. Nothing to do. Doing implies many. An action implies some distance to cross, a subject and an object, and some change to take place. But as one, There is no here, there is no there, no subject, no object, no change. Just being. Being conscious, blissful, Satchitananda. Yes, Lando. Thank you, dear Daffy, for your heart. Me too. Or Daffy provides an alternative. We were dancing the Macarena. I'm like a new era of Alan Watts or psychedelic caramel. That's very kind of you. I certainly don't compare myself to him, as I've learned so much from him. And I'm sure many of the things I say are just repackaged versions of what I've heard from him and other people. We all stand on the shoulders of greats. Hello, dear G2 Infinity. Who can dance the Macarena? I think I still remember. No, I already forgot. Hey, Macarena. Well, welcome everyone. May you all be feeling just as you're feeling in this moment. Hello, dear Anazek, Ragnhildur. That's great, Scully. So we all come from the Tao. If you can call it the Tao. No, wait, it can't be spoken. Dear Canadian Canuck, you share the Sikh Guru was Guru Angad Dev Ji after Guru Nanak. You loved the book that I had. Oh, I'm so glad that you enjoyed that book. Yes, I've been practicing my list of Sikh Gurus. There's Guru Nanak, the first, then Guru Angad, then Guru Amar Das, Guru Ram Das, then there's Guru Arjan, and then after that, was it Guru Hare Krishnan, and then Guru Ram Rai. Am I missing one? And there's Guru Har Gobind somewhere in there, and I forgot. And that's as far as I got in the book so far. I think the book is just behind you. You could always pull it out. Dear Sovereign, you share my meditation yesterday helped you level up. Oh, I'm delighted to hear that. Dear Lando, you ask if I know Swami Chinmaya. Yes, Swami Chinmayananda. Oh, he's quite a zany character, isn't he? Oh, he's talking like this. You know. In the Ramayana, Rama, not just character. Rama represents the Atman. And he's always pointing to that big poster that has Om and then the three divisions of Trinity. He's got that stick. Yes, commanding the audience very well. Thank you, Psychedelic, for your additional 10 roses. Jai Satchitanandam. Marg, you ask, so how are we supposed to remember? Nothing. Well, you're not. Because there's nothing to remember. And that's the difficulty. That's the added challenge. The journey of life wouldn't be complete without a paradox, to leave you always incomplete. And thank you, dear Anazek, for your heart me. Ram, Ram. And dear Lando, thank you for your beating heart. Om Om Kali Maha Kali Kali Ke Parmeshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. That state which we come from is the ultimate object of knowledge, and yet it can never be an object because it's the supreme subject. So to truly know it, we have to act as it rather than seek for it. Instead of trying to find the one, be the one. Unlike that guy who said, you're not that guy, pal. Inward, there's the guy that you are. And the great teachers that come before us say, you are that guy, pal. You're that guy, pal. You're the ultimate guy. The guy of the sky. The guy from which all the skies of all the worlds have come. So what would it mean to be that? How would you change your life to reflect that? Daffy, you share. Your pronouns are he, not him, because I'll never be him. You know, there's a Sanskrit mantra that goes like this. Soham. It's a very famous mantra, and it translates to I am he. I am he. Who is he? Well, of course, the Father, the Holy Father. Soham Shivoham Goham. You have a very bad memory, shares Daffy. Never identify with a limitation. If you say, I'm not capable of this, well then how can you ever invite a miracle to happen? Yes, we may acknowledge our limitations, but never define ourselves by them. You are capable. You have the ability to unlock your mind. You have the capacity to remember. That's right, Nick. The guy with the pie in the sky. Dear, the only S you share that you almost cried 3 times, but you didn't, because you were just observing and deep breathing, but you don't know if that was healthy. Is this the second part of a comment? If it is, I don't see the first part. But you're always allowed to cry, know that. It can make meditation even deeper. But if you're so deep in meditation that not even the tears are forming on your face, then, you know, maybe that speaks to a kind of centeredness too. The first part is high up. Let's see if I can go way high up then. No, not that kind of high up. Someone hand me a pipe and a bong. No, not that kind of high up either. You'll have to copy it again. I'm way too high up in the comments now. I've lost everything. I've got to be grounded in the present. And thank you, dear Shelley, for your follow. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Thank you, dear angel, for your tiny And heart me and finger heart. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you for sharing me and finger heart. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you for sharing. I have to wait until my connection has returned. Hello, dear Sophie. If my connection has returned, please let me know, as I think it cut out for a moment. I'm back. Good to know. Yes, hello, dear Sophie. Thank you for saying hello. My body is feeling much better, and thank you, Ragnhildur, for your sharing of the live. The letter Z, you ask, do I remember any past lives? No. I'm still trying to figure out this life. Alright. That's sweet, Angel. I noticed that my live sometimes loops at some very synchronistic moments. And thank you, dear Giuliano, for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you for the sharing of the life, dear G to Infinity. The body does, though, shares Tattvamasi, indeed. What carries over into our next life is mostly something called Sanchita Karma. That's the, oh no, my apologies. There's 3 types of karmas. There's the Kriyamana Karma, that's the karma that we're creating in this life. Then there's the Sanchita Karma, that's the karma that we've created in all past lives. And then there's the Prarabdha Karma, and that's the karma that has been taken from our Sanchita Karma, from all past lives, and has been used to decide our body in this life, and our parents, and where we're born, and the kinds of things that come our way in life. The stuff that's out of our control, but still in this life, is what's being carried over as the memory from our past lives. So, for example, we don't choose to... in this life, we don't get to choose our parents, but in our last life, all of the decisions we make, they accumulate in our next life. And that forms our Prarabdha Karma. So if you were to analyze all of the things that are out of your control in your life, like where you were born, what kind of childhood you have, what diseases you got, what color your skin is, etc., then you would be able to infer something of a past life. And it's not necessarily the most recent past life. It could be millions of past lives ago. Whatever is the most dominant expression at that point. It's said in the 6th verse of the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the nature of incarnating, that whatever is the most dominant expression in your mind at that time dictates the next life. But your destiny is only completely determined by that in an animal or in a celestial incarnation. In a human body, you are free to transcend your karma. And that's what's unique about humanity, is that it doesn't matter the karma that you've been given. That you could have one color skin, you could have another gender, you could have this type of childhood, etc. And the life forward is not determined by that completely, but you get to decide and pave the way forward. That is your birthright as a human being. My goodness, seems like there's a lump in my throat that won't go away today. I apologize if that's annoying for anyone. But thank you for your patience. And thank you, Giuliano, for your heart me. Radhi, Radhi. And dear Tolkien, thank you for your heart me and trio of fast bursts. Om Namah Shivaya. Yes, we've got many different people here from many different religions, and that's wonderful. All of our belief systems can coexist, and secretly, let me tell you this, there's a way in which all of our beliefs line up as one. And once you see the world from that point of view, then you have absolute faith in whatever tradition you're part of, because then you know that it's not the case that anyone in particular is right or that another is wrong. That we are all right. We're all right. We're all right, and we're all right in our own way. But please, no proselytizing here. Everyone gets a chance to share their faith, but I don't believe that anyone should try to convert another person, because that implies that we have the truth and they don't. But everyone has the truth within. All we have to do to be good practitioners of our faith is to practice it ourselves. You know, what it means to be a good Buddhist or Jain or Taoist is not to try to convince someone else of their truth, but to live it yourself. And the universal truths of all faiths is just to be kind and compassionate and loving and non-judgmental, and encourage each other to do the same simply by our own being a role model. And so that's what I'd like to see from everyone, is to exemplify the tenets of their faith, rather than try to make someone else into something that fits into our worldview. Every time that someone new comes into our experience, we have a choice. We can either expand our worldview to include them, or we can try to fit them into our worldview and exclude what we found different about them. And that is a choice that we can make. And I encourage everyone to choose expansion of your sense of self, to always include others, just as they are. And thank you, dear Puzzled Noodle, for your hand hearts. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And thank you, dear Mermander, for your subscription. I look forward to being able to serve you in any way that I can. Dear Sovereign, you share from your own experience that you spent a lot of time preaching what you weren't practicing, and it's a hard habit to break. Well, it's very vulnerable. Thank you for sharing such an honest truth for you. It's so important that we put into practice what we preach. Indeed. Now I'd love to read from another section of this book, Moksha, Liberation, with you. And let's see where we left off. We left off with our dear protagonist having a book arrive at her desk in a warehouse, and apparently she was finally ready to learn the so-called secrets of immortality from this person, this very puzzling person that she met named Sid at a party in America one time. But the book that arrived at her desk was written in another language, and so she went off to find a teacher that could help her understand this ancient script. At a brief lull in the weather, I hailed an auto rickshaw and made my tortuous way to some town quite a distance away, a cluster of crooked, gravelled streets lined with shops, stalls, and shanties. The door to the pint-size and wittily named bookshop, Om Depot, Om Depot, was a mere slit in the crumbling brick facade sandwiched between the two equally crumbling but taller edifices. I bravely dismissed the rickshaw and slithered in sideways. "Hello? Anyone here?" I called out. Miss Nandi, the proprietor, emerged from the gloom. She was as beautiful and as timeless as she had been a year ago when I first met her. Her face creased like fine parchment, her large dark eyes lined with kohl, or how do I pronounce this? Kohl. There's an H before the L. And with an incongruous full head of white hair gaily plaited into a braid with red and green striped ribbons. "Oh, it's you, Tom Clancy," she said in lilting English. "Do you remember all your customers and their reading choices?" I asked. "I have such few customers," she said modestly, "and how could I forget how you were here last year when the rains would not stop? You wanted so badly to escape the dreariness. Where you come from, bad weather predictions are accurate and early preparations undertaken. Is that not so?" "That must be so." She searched for the right word. "That must be so comforting. And now the rains have come again." The monsoon that year had commenced with the usual theatrics. Heavy, dense clouds, searing flashes of lightning, whip cracks of thunder that rolled away rumbling into the distance, followed by a light drizzle that prompted frenzied dancing in the streets until it built up into a downpour that came down wrathfully. Roofs flew off, tents collapsed, and people were swept away. Each year this sequence was repeated, yet met with astonishment, a special blessing from the gods, a miracle never to be taken for granted. Except now, there were more unprotected people and a greater number of casualties. "I must seem like a spoiled brat to you," I said. "But please, no more Tom Clancy." "Robert Ludlum, then?" she asked hopefully. "Yesterday I received 6 copies of The Matarese Circle. I try to read all the books I get, and I have just started this one, and already it is most exciting." "I'll take a copy," I said quickly, and reached into my bag. "But I'm here for this," I said, handing her The Seer and the Scene. "I want to understand it, and I feel that I need to learn the language to do so. When I was here last year, you mentioned that before you retired, you used to teach Sanskrit." "I taught Sanskrit and Tamil," she said, taking a minute to examine the cover, an illustration of a spreading upside-down tree with its roots reaching for the sky and branches and leaves buried in the soil. She turned to the flyleaf. "Yes, Siddhanta," she sighed. "You know Sid? Is he also a professor?" "Siddhanta," she repeated softly, lingering over the word, savoring it. "Siddhanta means established truth. People call him Sid. The DH, is a dental sound, aspirated, may be difficult for you. You know him. Is he a professor? I repeated my question. No. I order books from a publishing house in Rishikesh in the Himalayan foothills. Sometimes I see him when I go. How do you know him? I met him years ago at a party in New York, then more recently at a conference on big data, I said, but did not elaborate. She continued to stare at the flyleaf, at Sid's penciled message. But why learn Sanskrit? She asked reasonably. No one speaks it. Dead language, not useful for someone like you. So that I can understand the text, I said. But where is the need? There is the English translation, commentary. For you, the alphabet alone will take a minimum of 1 year. Basic grammar, maybe 5, 6. I'll pay, I cut in. She looked up sharply, and I caught a glint of calculation. By the hour, like where I come from, I added. This was my way in. She was clearly surviving at a subsistence level. At a subsistence level. And teaching me would be easy money for her. Once she became used to being paid regularly, she would be obliged to me, and I could ask her to help me understand the implied meaning of the text. How could she refuse? Maybe I can teach the alphabet. A little grammar, she conceded. I agreed, and we fixed on a price for a lesson every week. We can begin right now, if you have time, she said. I did. She led me to a workroom behind the shop, at an altar cluttered with statues and framed garish prints of gods and goddesses. She lit the 5 wicks of a brass lamp and a few sticks of incense. She then eased herself to the floor, where she sat cross-legged. When I pulled up a metal folding chair, she shook her head in mild disapproval. It's painful for me to sit on the floor, I said. She nodded, then intoned a short invocation to the elephant god, then a prayer to the goddess of learning, and finally the designated prayer to be recited at the start of every lesson, one that amounted to a covenant between teacher and pupil. We prayed that our studies would be mutually beneficial and that we would not quarrel. Even in olden days, thousands of years ago, people quarreled on this and that, she said with a quick laugh. She pointed to a picture of a young man teaching 4 students. We will begin our studies with a prayer to Adi Shankaracharya. Who? Adi Shankaracharya, philosopher, teacher and poet. He was born in Kerala in 788 AD, an incarnation of Lord Shiva, Lord of the cosmos. Everyone is a god, I observed. Not everyone, she said seriously. There are many demons also. Gods and demons. When Shankara was 7 years old, she continued, he left home to find a guru. He trudged from place to place, all across the country, and finally, on the banks of the Narmada River, he approached Govinda Bhagavatpada, the disciple of the great Gaudapada. The boy's mastery of the Vedas impressed Bhagavatpada, who took him on as a disciple. Mastery of the Vedas at age 7! By that time, early 9th century, she went on, bypassing my incredulity. Oh my goodness. Where's the emphasis on these syllables? India was at the center of scholarship of over 30 schools of philosophy. As a youth, Shankara vigorously debated all the great minds of the day. By the age of 16, he had completed his extensive commentaries on 10 major Upanishads. What is an Upanishad exactly? I asked. 200 or so Upanishads are small appendices to the 4 sacred Vedas. The word itself means sitting near. The student sitting near to the teacher. Upa means near. Ni means certainty, and shad means sitting. The prepared student sitting near the enlightened teacher, you can say. She became lost in thought, then quickly picked up the thread. Shankara wrote many Vedantic texts that composed devotional hymns and poetry. His sublime poetry alone would have made him immortal. He established 4 monasteries in the north, south, east, and west, and 10 monastic orders that are active to this day. He died when he was 32 in Kedarnath, high up in the Himalayas, a remote holy place. She bowed her head and recited a prayer of 4 lines, first in Sanskrit, then in English. I salute all the great teachers, beginning with Lord Shiva, through Adi Shankaracharya midway up to my own teacher. I bow down with reverence to all the Gurus in this lineage. After a few minutes of silence, we got down to business. Where did this language come from? She asked, rhetorically. The Sanskrit alphabet has a divine origin. The phonemes, distinct, auspicious sounds, arise from the striking of Lord Shiva's damaru, his drum. These were bestowed on Panini, that ancient and most excellent grammarian. She launched into a high-pitched keening that was eerie and sent chills up my spine, yet was recognizable as distinct sounds of letters. Wow, I said. That does sound like it comes from outer space. Actually, let me find the exact sequence of letters that she's referring to so you can hear what they sound like. The sequence that has come from Lord Shiva's Damaru sounds like this. Om a I u un ur ulk e o ang I ouch ha ya varata lana nyamangana nama jabhanya gadha dasha jabagadha dasha kabha chadha tacha tathava kapaya shasa saraha al. Now, this is normally recited at a particular meter and intonation, and I am unfamiliar with that, but that is the sequence of sounds, at least. Now, let's see where we left off. Wow, I said, that does sound like it came from outer space. First of all, it is most important to learn the exact pronunciation of each phoneme. Consider the palate. Palate? Taste? Flavors? I asked. She stared me down over her reading glasses. The roof of the mouth, she said sternly. Yes, of course. What of it? On a sheet of paper, she proceeded to make a fairly good line drawing of a face in profile. She demarcated the roof of the mouth and numbered 5 spots. These points mark where all sounds come from. Guttural, at the back of the throat, representing the element of space. Then palatal, from the beginning of the hard palate, representing the other elements like fire, air, etc. Go on, she urged. Feel the hard palate with your tongue. Then cerebral, from the upper front of the hard palate, dental at the back of your teeth, and labial at the lips. Try. I tried. Each letter, each sound is unique, she said, and is connected to the construction of the palate. Sound is most important. Must be absolutely correct, or energy will be bad, she said. And as an out-of-text commentary, I'd add, Sanskrit is one of the unique languages that don't have variation in accent. There's no North Sanskrit accent or South Sanskrit accent. Sanskrit is so precise that it must be pronounced exactly the same. At least in ancient times. I pointed to the dancing letters, clothes on a line, and the script. Script is not important, she said. Use any script you like. Roman, Cyrillic, what you like, but sound must be completely correct. I would like to learn this script. Devanagari script, she said. City of gods. Definitely the best. Letters match sound perfectly. No accents like in French and German. No silent letters like in English. Every letter pronounced. Devanagari is very suitable, but difficult for you. Maybe it will take 1 year for alphabet only. Then we'd better begin, I said, undaunted. The first 4 vowels took up the lesson. The sound of each letter involving the correct placement of the tongue, management of the breath, and parting of the lips. Americans, she sighed when she sensed my discouragement. They come here and they want books on Buddha, they say. I tell them Buddha means old man, Buddha, with an aspirated d, and eliciated or prolonged d means the awakened one, the enlightened one. Buddha, not Buddha. These people are quote-unquote educated. They are sincere. Many are Buddhists. As linguistics and a language teacher, I was puzzled. Then I realized Americans cannot hear certain sounds. So how can they repeat them? Their hearing and speaking faculties are stunted. You have the same problem, so you must try extra hard. Can you try and say, duh? I began again with renewed vigor, determined to disprove her specious theory. I raised my voice and became physical, with my whole body entering into the production of the precise sound. In the months that followed, she patiently demonstrated simple and complex vowels, hard and soft consonants, aspirated and unaspirated, nasals, semivowels, and sibilants leading to conjunct consonants, and rules by which letters and words were joined. Each sound matched a phoneme in the curvaceous and sensual Devanagari script, each letter bounded by a horizontal line, a horizon that extended across a word. Every word, every noun, every adjective, every adverb was connected to a root verb of which that were around 2,000, systematized by Panini, the world's first and greatest linguist and grammarian from around the 6th century BCE, centuries before Apollonius Dioscorus the Greek. 7 cases, no required word order, compound words formed by the application of precise rules so that a single word could stretch over a page. 3 positions, singular, plural, and dual. Dual is convenient for famous pairings, Miss Nandi pointed out. Shiva Shakti, Hari Krishna, Rama Sita, Rama Lakshmana, Luv Kush. I found myself drowning in the intricacies, the rationality, and most of all into the beautiful sound of this infinitely flexible language, with its vast vocabulary filled with true synonyms. Sanskrit, perfect, refined, eternal. It had become our practice to cap off each lesson with a cup of sweet tea, fragrant with cinnamon, cardamom, and cloves, over which she took great pains, accompanied by cakes with pink icing that I bought from the sweet shop next door. And we'll pause our reading of Moksha, liberation, there for now. So thank you for listening. And we'll continue in our protagonist journey to uncover the secrets of the ancient Sanskrit prose which have survived thousands of years, and into the secrets of immortality. Namaste. Thank you very much for listening, everyone, again, and allow us to transition from our Shravana, the portion of Sangha dedicated to listening, and now into Manana, where my attention is fully on all of you, and we can talk about whatever is on our hearts and minds. Thank you, dear Catherine, for your pair of friendship necklaces. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Anazek, thank you for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And hello everyone who joined. Dear Oriel Co, you ask, do I live in Arizona? I live in Canada, which is also known as North Mexico. The 51st state. And I'm so glad that you find a lot of peace in these readings, the free bumblebee. Thank you for listening. And welcome, dear Kyle. I love the diversity of places that you all come from. I'd love to know where you all hail from at this moment. If you want to share, I know it can be a private matter, which is entirely understandable. Yes, dear M, what is your question? Dear Jake is from Indiana. Dear Leah is from Germany. The only S is from Maryland. And Sarini is also from Canada, as is Michelle. Massachusetts shares Tatmamasi. Los Angeles shares Melinda. Iceland shares Radnhildur. Serbia shares Anazek. Texas shares Janet. Oh, how wonderful. So many different backgrounds. North Korea shares Sky Guardian. Is that so? I think you're being mischievous. Dear M, you ask, why do I claim all of those gods are real, and what is the evidence? Ah, that's a great question. And I imagine, coming from your background, that the context of this live stream might be a little different from your own faith, as per the question. Remember that, just as in the Bible, one of the commandments is that thou shalt not have no other gods before me. Many people interpret this to mean that the God of the Bible is the only God. But remember that God himself says in the same Bible, I am the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, and all things in between. God is omnipresent within all things. That means that there is no one God of the Bible and another God of a different tradition. It's all the same divinity. Isn't that wonderful? It means that whatever name we call God, it's all the same source. So of the different so-called gods and goddesses, even though we use a plural word, we're actually not referring to different divinities, but the same source, just manifested in different ways. Just like how we have a solar system and at the center is a sun, and we experience light reflected off of our planet, but the very same light is reflected off of Mars and Venus and Jupiter and Mercury and Saturn, etc. And so the light of each planet is not a different light source, but a different reflection of the same light source. And that's the nature of all of the different gods and goddesses of the different religions and faiths and strands. We just have different names for the kind of reflection that you see of the very same source. Hello, dear Sarini. My name is Yam. Well, actually, my full name is Liam, if you just put a L before it. Lyam. But my friends call me Yam. And I consider you a friend. And thank you, dear Babel Fishy, for your quartet of roses. Dum Durgaye Namaha. One way that I like to explain the differences in religion is like the different ways that you can climb a mountain, and maybe a little drawing can help further this point. If I figure out where I placed my digital pen, here it is. So this is kind of a top-down view of a mountain. So that's the perimeter of the mountain, and here's the top, and maybe this side is bathed in light, for example, and there are various terraces to it. It's difficult to draw a top-down mountain. Now there are many ways to get to the top, which is right here. And let's say that's the goal. We all want to get to the top of the mountain. And maybe at the same time, I can draw a side view. Something like this. We want to get to the top of the mountain, right? Well, you could take a very short route, the shortest that you can possibly go, but you might have to scale a lot of sheer rock walls. And that could be a very efficient way, but dire and dangerous. Now, if you're desperate to get to the top, maybe that's what you want to do. But maybe if you want to take your time, then you take a much more leisurely route, perhaps one that spirals all the way around, and then you get to the top, and that would look something like this. Or maybe you take a different route that starts over here, then climbs up and goes over here, and then winds its way over to the top, and find it looking like this, for example. So there are many different paths up the same mountain, and there's as many as there are different people, because each person may be built different. You know, everyone is so unique. Some people are taller than others, some people are shorter, some people have longer legs, Some people have back problems, you know. And so each person gets to have their own unique way up the mountain, corresponding with what works best for them. Now, many people have very similar body types and hiking styles, and so maybe they prefer to share the same path. And so maybe one of these paths is more frequently used for some people, and so a lot of people use this one. And maybe people get really competitive of the path that they're on, and they say that this one's best and that you should really be on this one. But everyone can only speak from their own personal experience, and they know what works best for them. But as long as they're getting higher, then they'll all reach the same place. Isn't it so? That if on average your elevation is increasing, then eventually you will reach the very same top. It's a mathematical certainty, because there is only one highest point on the mountain. And how do you know when you're getting higher? Well, there's various things that you can look for. Physically, for example, you can look for snow. Maybe it gets harder to breathe because there's lower oxygen. And maybe the view around you appears to broaden. There are all these indications that we can use to figure out if we're going higher. On a path that's been trekked by many people, then you don't have to look for these things, because you already know, you have faith that other people have made it to the top before on that path. And so it doesn't matter if you see snow or you feel lower oxygen or your perspective broadens, because you already have faith in the path. But how do we know if we're getting higher, if we struggle to have faith in our path or faith in another person's path? Well, we look for those signs. Similarly, on the spiritual journey, the signs that we're getting higher is that we are coming into contact with maybe more and more challenges, because we know that it gets more and more difficult the higher we go. We also become a lot more wise and understanding and compassionate because we've learned so many lessons along the way. And in particular, since the goal for all of us is that source that we all come from, then we begin to feel those qualities closer and closer in our hearts and exemplify them ourselves. And so that includes being kind and compassionate and loving, because all of those things come from that source. And so this is all we have to look for in one another and in ourselves. That if we see the signs of ascension ourselves, then it doesn't matter whether you're taking the green path or the yellow path or the blue path or whatever path. Whatever works for you is the one that you're destined to. I like that quote, dear Orlando. In the Rig Veda, Ekam Sat Vibra Bahudha Vedanti. Truth is one, but goes by many names. Yes, critical thinking definitely encouraged here. Oh, I love that addition, dear Oracle reads. And wait until we discover that the mountaintop was within us all along. I love that. Mm-hmm. You have a good night, dear M. And thank you, Iona. Is that an I? Iona? For your liking of the live. Never expected, but always appreciated. Dear Nomi, you share today's your birthday. Could I unlock the higher and lower knowledge video for a day so you can save it? I'm so grateful that it's your birthday. Happy birthday, dear Nomi. And I think it's so wonderful that on such a special day that you have come to share a little bit of that space here. I won't be able to unlock that video, but I'm really grateful that you enjoyed it. But if you want, we can absolutely dedicate a few minutes to talk about it together. I think it's a wonderful concept. But I would probably revisit it if I were to make that video again, because I feel like I've learned so much about choosing my words carefully and the language that I convey these things. And I wouldn't want anyone to get the wrong impression, given how I chose to convey things at the time. You're already in bed. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, we can talk about the two kinds of knowledge and the reason it's important to distinguish them. Zana, you ask, if we are like God, aren't we also without beginning and end and have always been there? Indeed. There's a story. I'll share the story shortly before I go into what dear Nomi wanted to talk about. There's a story of a great being, and this great wise being was talking to a little girl. And they were talking about family, nothing too deep at that point. And the wise man asked the little girl, "Where does your uncle live?" The uncle was part of the conversation. The little girl said, "My uncle lives in front of my daddy." "Okay, little girl," the wise man said, "where does your daddy live?" The little girl said, "Well, my daddy lives in front of my uncle." You know, there's no point of reference other than each other. So the wise person thought about it and said, "Okay, I understand. Your daddy lives in front of your uncle, and your uncle lives in front of your daddy. Where do your uncle and daddy live?" "Well, they live in front of each other. I just said that." The little girl said. And suddenly, something really deep awakened in the wise person, that this little girl had taught him that that's the nature of the soul and the source. You ask, how old is the soul? Well, the soul is as old as the source. Well, how old is God? God is as old as the soul. So how old is God and the soul? They are as old as each other. And there is no objective time that you can measure that duration. Okay. That was a little story I had to tell. Yes, that video on the two types of knowledge. Let me get my pen. So in the tradition of Vedanta, the tradition arising from the study of the Vedas, there's two types of knowledge. There's Aparavidya, and then there's Paravidya. Literally speaking, para means higher, and so means not. So it's higher knowledge and not higher knowledge. So this doesn't literally mean lower in any sense. So that's just something I want to clarify. That it's not like this first kind of knowledge is not important or as important. It's just not what we consider higher knowledge. What is the definition of higher knowledge? Eternal. Something that stays the same, meaning you already have it. And therefore, Aparavidya is temporary. Meaning you have to go out and get it, and at some point you'll lose it too. For example, science is considered Aparavidya. Because you can get a degree in science, which means that it wasn't already part of your knowledge. You weren't born with a degree, and when you die, you don't get to take your degree into your next life. You know? That's why, there's jobs that ask for 10 years of work experience at an entry-level position. What are you supposed to do? Have had that experience in your past life? Doesn't work. Doesn't work like that. So, everything that we gain is considered Aparavidya. Is considered not higher knowledge, temporary knowledge. But it's important. No one will argue that science has no place in this world. Science absolutely has done wonderful things, but it will not take us to the ultimate. No matter how good of a scientist you are, that doesn't necessarily imply that you'll be established in peace. You can be very, 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 very educated, but still not be a peaceful person. And that's why spiritual truths are considered higher, not because they supersede it, but because only through something which is eternal, that will survive with us through all of our suffering, from the moment we're born till we die and then some, can we truly be established in peace. This is the knowledge like you are a conscious being. That knowledge is there always. You don't have to look for it. You don't have to read a book, and then the reading of that book gives you that information that you are a conscious being. Oh yeah, never knew that before. It's there, present in your experience all of the time. At some level, even a baby understands that they are a conscious being. They might not philosophize over it or consider the ramifications of what that means, but it's imminent in their experience that there is a beingness that they are, and what they are is a conscious being, something that has a witnessing. I can see, I can hear, I can taste, I can touch, I can smell. That's obvious for everyone, even babies. But that kind of knowledge is also one that will never leave you. Not only was it always there, but you can keep that with you throughout all of your experiences, including your death. Because if it's always with you, then death can't take that away either. If the truth of your being conscious does not come from anywhere else, then that is an eternal truth. And we can consider the ramifications of that. If you meditate on what that means, then the higher truths will always lead you to deep, deep peace. So also, if you ever come up to a truth that is scary, then it's only ever going to be Aparavidya. A scary truth can never be Paravidya. By definition, eternal truths always establish you in peace. Such is why Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, the wise are never ones who disturb the ignorant. Because to disturb someone is to scare them. And whatever you're scaring them with must not be the highest truth then. So our goal should not be to put people out of their comfort zone when it comes to awakening to higher knowledge, but establishing them in deep, deep peace. And so these are the two kinds of knowledge. Both important. Aparavidya is important for worldly life, but it comes and it goes. And Paravidya is always there. And it's the knowledge that will establish you in eternal peace. Dear Waidup, you ask, does anyone know what I study? As I said, there are two types of knowledge. There's Aparavidya and there's Paravidya. Aparavidya is the kind that can be studied. Paravidya cannot be studied because study implies going somewhere without to acquire it. But if it's eternal, then you don't need to study it. It's already there. You just have to bring your attention to it. And then everything that you say is just observations that you're making immediately in this moment. For example, here I have a book before me. I'm making observations. This is brighter over here. There's a redness that is below it. Seems to be thick. Feels kind of cool. There's words here. As long as there's something directly in our experience, we can make observations about it. I don't have to go to another book that tells me these things. I don't have to pick up this book, and then while reading this book it tells me that your other book has a bright spot on it and redness below it and words on it that mean certain things and is this thick and this temperature. All I have to do is make observations. I don't have to crack it open and have it tell me about what's on the cover. I can just see it. However, the words that we use, that comes from Aparavidya, the knowledge that we gain from the world, like the words like brightness and cool and redness and thickness, etc. We gained the framework of how to express those observations from our experience in other places. But the experience itself can be made directly without any external study. I'm so happy that resonated with you, the only S. Yeah. If you ever feel like you've come to some truth and that truth is really frightening, well, the good news is that it means there's something more. And the more you open your understanding, the less you will be frightened. Nomi, you ask, so a human being finds as an animal its peace inevitably from Paravidya combined with Apara? Good question. Let's see how I can phrase this. Actually, Paravidya is peace itself. So it's not merely the knowledge that will lead you to peace, but it is the peace itself. And because that's eternal, then you already have that place within you, which is peaceful. So ironically, it's not that we need knowledge to become peaceful. It's that the knowledge itself is an expression of our eternal peace. And Aparavidya is necessary to live in this world, indeed. Aparavidya includes the language that we're using right now. Without it, how could we even talk about Paravidya? So Paravidya even can only be expressed, communicated through Aparavidya. We have to use temporary words in order to communicate the eternal. But the eternal exists as it is beyond words. The words are the guideposts that point the direction. Dear Blackma Partistry, you ask, can you know that you are feeling your eternal peace? What a great question. Yes. And the very simple way to do so is to express it. We talk about going within to find your peace, but I think that can often be a misnomer sometimes. Going within doesn't necessarily mean that your eyes are turning inside out and your ears and your skin and you dive deep into some recess in your heart and you, huzzah, I've found the peace. But rather it's what comes out from what's within. So if you are making the world around you peaceful, then that is an expression of the peace within. So you know it indirectly by what comes from you. This breaks your understandings on so many levels, shares Nomi. Well, that's probably a good thing. And that's Aparavidya, very close, dear Emily. A-P-A-R-A and V-I-D-Y-A. Dear you are Todd, you express some hesitance in believing that we can make the world anything. Well, there are many things that are out of our control, that's for sure. But hey, somehow I am able to open my mouth and have words come out. So there's a part of this world that we're able to interact with through our words, through our body, through our actions as a whole. I'm able to pick up this book to my left and place it to my right. And in little ways, we can make the world around us change. For example, how we communicate with those around us. The words that I choose can have an effect on you, and depending on the words that I choose, they may have a different effect on you. And since a part of you is a part of the world too, then we are able to influence each other and the parts of the world that we occupy through our actions. And it may appear, according to our understanding of science, that all of nature's laws are dependent on fixed equations that appear to be deterministic. And that is true from the scientific point of view. From the scientific point of view, first there is a universe, and then arising from that universe is certain chemicals that come together to form our cells, and then from those cells our organs are formed, and from that our body, and from our body our brain, from our brain our mind, and from our mind our consciousness. That is the scientific point of view, that the consciousness is an epiphenomenon, the scientists call it, of the body, and therefore there is no free will. And according to reason, according to logic and rationality, that is very true. However, it is not the only perspective. If you notice, that's the perspective that we get from the outside through objective observation. But this world is not just made up of objects. There's a whole other class of phenomena called subjects. All objects appear to follow the laws of physics. But what about the subjects? See, from the subjective point of view, first there is consciousness, and then from consciousness emerges a mind. And then from that mind, the world before appears and its body. And that's an entirely valid perspective. That doesn't change the existence of anything, but sees it from another point of view, from the point of view that we experience the world. Because we don't see the world from the perspective of objects. We are the ones looking at the objects from the subjective point of view. So from our point of view, from the life that we live, first there is consciousness, and then there is a mind, and then there is a body, and then there is a world. Just by inverting the perspective from outside in to inside out, that tells a very different tale. Now, consciousness isn't an epiphenomenon of the brain, but the brain is an epiphenomenon of the consciousness. And so all the firings that we see in the brain is merely the hardware being operated on by the software, you could say, that is the consciousness. So if you looked at the hardware of a computer, from the perspective of the hardware, it appears that everything is determined mechanically. But actually, from the perspective of the software, all of the hardware is being used by the software. All of the little transistors and logic gates are not what's determining the functioning of the software. It's the software that's determining the functioning of the hardware. It just depends on your perspective. Whether you look at the world from the outside in or the inside out. And thank you, dear Babelfishy, for the cheer you up that you had sent. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear John Simon Ritchie, thank you for your heart me too. Radhe Radhe. And neuroconverging. I like that instead of neurodivergence. Thank you for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Tarot, thank you for your pair of roses. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. I'm happy that analogy resonates with you, dear Tate. You share that your software comes with extra challenges. How does one navigate that? By becoming extra familiar with the operating system that you're running on. Every operating system is fit for a different task. Many people love Windows because it's very simple and that it's user-friendly. Many people like Linux because it is complex and you're able to leverage all of the complexities to do almost anything you want if you have some programming abilities. Many people like Mac OS or iOS because they like the utter performance that the software engineers have put it to absolutely make everything seamless. And so it depends on the user. But if you're given one computer that has this operating system installed and not another, then I guess we have to find what about exactly this operating system is best used for in terms of what I want to do with this life. And so instead of trying to turn a Linux into a Mac, instead of trying to turn a Windows into anything else, try to use what you've got. Turn all of these challenges into gifts. Allow the uniqueness of your experience to be brought out in the best way possible. Thank you, dear Asma, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. So, dear Todd, you share if we are... Wait a second. Now I'm understanding your username. Okay. You're just being mischievous. I know you're better than this. Alright, well I'm going to leave you go. And may you come back, maybe with a different username next time. And remember that just because you're feeling like life has given you challenges that you didn't deserve to experience, know that you don't have to make other people go through the same feeling of isolation in order for you to be understood. You know, there's two ways in which we can feel understood. We can go through pain, and then we can identify with that. And we can say that the only way for us to be in pain and be valid in that is for other people to be in pain in the same way. And so we try to make those around us feeling the same level of pain that we are in order that we can feel finally understood. Isn't it so? There's a lot of people that live like that, and they don't have to. Because they're in pain, they feel misunderstood. And so they try to make other people understand by going through a similar amount of pain. Isn't it so? But it's okay, because it doesn't have to be like that if you want to feel understood. If you want to make sense of your life, you don't have to make other people go through the same things that you did. But it's very understandable, because that's the level at which you know how to find understanding in this world. And you haven't yet been given the tools in order to find understanding in other ways. And that's okay. That is nobody's fault. And so there's no judgment there. But we all have the ability to find our place in the world without such a method. There are ways of finding understanding that bring out the best in us and others. It's kind of like this. Maybe I can draw a diagram. Maybe that would be helpful for the visual learners among us. So we all want to be happy. That's true. And where is my pen? Here's a very disproportional person. Although everyone is allowed to be in the shape that they are. The very free-flowing, but looks like a ginger man, a ginger person, a gingerbread person. That's it. Yeah. So let's say this is a scale of happiness. happiness. And maybe when you were born, you were filled all the way up to here, up to the top, completely filled with happiness. Fresh off the press, factory default settings, we're born happy. But over the course of your life, maybe you've experienced hardship that's been out of your control. And that's okay. And maybe your happiness has dropped. And so that now you're only at this level of happiness. And so you look at the world around you to try to feel like you're not alone. And maybe this person next to you, they have this much happiness. And you go, well, what gives? Why is there this disparity here? How come I lived a life where I'm over here, and this person has lived a life where they're up here? So in order to feel like everyone's on the same page, sometimes what we do, unfortunately, is we try to bring others down to the same level that we're at. Not because we want them to be in pain, but because we don't want to be in pain. We feel cheated. Yeah. And so if everyone understood, empathized with the pain that we went through, then we would feel allowed to be here at this level. And so through their words, through their actions, what they do is they try to make the person lower to the same level as they are. But what's really needed in life is not for us to bring each other down in order to feel equal, but for each other to bring us up one by one. That if this person is all the way up here, then we can look up to them and go, wow, what are some things that are still in your heart that maybe I have forgotten? How can I listen to all of the good in you? And so that slowly that comes in and starts filling me up. And so that over time, as I become more and more open to all the love that's still in your heart, that level within me rises and rises now to your level. So now that we have gained the level that those around us are, now we feel at the same level as everyone else, and a certain amount of understanding is there. And the next time that you see someone that used to be at the level that you were at too, they're down here again. Now you use your words and share love from your heart to be able to lift them up as well to the same level, since you know what it's like to be in pain. That way, all of the variations in the way we experience life, instead of trying to lower everyone down to the same level, that we build ourselves up to the same level and we bring everyone else up with us. And when we do that, well, then the whole world only continues to get happier and happier together. We continue to grow in our homes, in our communities, in our societies, in the whole world. And there's a science behind that. There's a beautiful reasoning. So I hope that we make that method of finding equality something that more people have access to in their minds. And you will feel so much better about yourself too. And thank you, dear Neuroconverging, for your subscription. I look forward to being able to be in service to you in any way that I can, and looking up and learning from you. Om Brahmhervaya Namo Namaha. And thank you, dear Tarot, for your heartmeat and pair of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Riya, Nisha, you're struggling to do this after the election. I feel you. Mm-hmm. Always remember that all the good in your heart is untouched by whatever happens in the world around you, truly. But the way in which we shelter that goodness or express it or put barriers around it may change. But no matter what happens tomorrow or what happened yesterday, or who is in office in any country around the world, does your capacity to be kind change? Does your capacity to love one another change? Does your ability to make this world a more wonderful place change? No. It could never change, because only the world changes. You and your essence is changeless and not a part of this world. Doesn't matter if the whole world blows up. All the goodness within you will always be there, because it was kept secure in a place far outside of this universe, and you are an incarnation of that goodness, infinitely far away. But it feels like we're in the world, but we're actually not. The world is inside of us. Mm-hmm. But you don't want to show tolerance for intolerance? Don't. Because that's not what it means to be kind. If you're allowing other people to be unkind, that's not kind. If you have someone to stand up for and boundaries to set, that is the kind thing to do. Because that makes the world a better place. And thank you, dear Shay T, for your 6 roses. And 9 tiny tinies. And your likes. Yippee! How are you? How is your health, if you want to share? I've been praying for you since you asked me to. Oh, you did have a comment. You asked, how can you be more positive and keep your anger feelings away? You're allowed to be angry. It's just what you do with that anger that's important to consider. Is your anger standing up for someone, or is it putting someone else down? If it's putting someone else down, then save it for a time where you're standing up for someone instead. Anger is a part of the divine feminine. As long as it's used for the purpose of protecting her babies, her children, the things that are important to her, that are vulnerable and depend on people like her to stand up for. Anger is a part of the divine feminine, part of the divine mother, part of the fierce mother, and we all need a fierce mother. Not to add more fiercity in the world, but in order to protect. Some people, unfortunately, they only know where the boundary is if there's repercussions for it. And so raising one's voice and expressing yourself is important for setting boundaries where they need to be. And as long as you're using it for that purpose, then anger is divine. And thank you, dear Terrell, for your pair of roses. Dear Shay, you share dealing with your children not wanting to go to school, and you don't know how to make them, and you love them, and you know what's best, but unfortunately they are bored and having social anxiety. You know what, dear Shay T? Right now, the best education for them is learning how to manage their social anxiety and discover what interests them. And I personally don't mind if your children ever go to school again. Because this world, my goodness, it's hard to be a student in today's world when everything seems to be collapsing around them. Why would a student in today's world have faith that there even will be a world after they graduate? There seems to be so many opportunities that they may miss out on now if they don't allow themselves to be a child. They might not have a world to be an adult in, given the state of things, you know? And I think a part of that resistance to go to school comes from a deep understanding that right now there are more important things for them to attend to. And think about all the things we learn in school. Do we really need to know how to solve the quadratic formula and know how to do this amount of burpees and whatnot? Do we need to learn all about the works of Shakespeare, etc.? You know, the real lessons in life, they happen in between lessons. They happen outside of school. Everything that you need to know in order to be a happy, healthy, functioning human being, I'm sure they can learn from many, many different places, and they are learning in other ways, even if it doesn't seem like they are. So I wouldn't worry so much about them not going to school at this moment. They are discovering themselves, and it's a scary world right now to be in for them. And I don't blame them at all for, you know, just having a comfort zone that's only this big right now. And given the magic of the internet, I'm sure they're probably already smarter than us in many ways. Everything they need to know. They're always teaching us life hacks from the TikTok videos that they're watching. And did you know, Mom, we've been wearing our shirts wrong and you should actually put them on like this? Did you know that you can actually unfold the paper cup at McDonald's to fit more ketchup in it, etc.? They're getting an education. Dear Rush Can, you share your kids took a break from school and went back when they were ready. I like that. Yeah. Mental health is so important. And sometimes the best thing you can do for a child's mental health is, you know, just allow them to take time away from some of the responsibilities that we feel are necessary. Everyone is different, and all that really matters is, are they learning how to be kind? You know? And let me tell you, they don't have a kindness class in school, unfortunately. I think kindness can get you 99% of the way through life. If you're kind, you can do anything. If you're open-minded, if you're capable of forgiveness, if you're able to love and accept yourself, you'll live a very successful life. And unfortunately, I don't think they teach that in school. So all of that is extra. Thank you for your trio of roses and 40 of them too. Very kind, and of course always unnecessary, but deeply appreciated. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. But yes, how is your health, dear Sheti? I know that your children come first. It's always important, but I have been keeping you in mind. Dear Dansuela, you share that children really do direct their own learning if you allow the space for them to do so. I really believe in that too. Yeah. You go for surgery soon. I'm happy to hear that you're getting medical care, and may your anxieties go away surrounding the treatment. You'll be okay. And your kids will be okay. Dear JJ, you ask, do I read Carl Jung? I have not read any Carl Jung, but I've had a lot of people that do read Carl Jung share with me the things that they love about Jungian psychology. And it's right at the precipice between psychology and spirituality, which makes sense. If the spirit's on the inside and the world is on the outside, our psyche is what's in between, as the interface between the inner world and the outer world. And thank you for your quintet of roses, dear Sheti. Hello, dear Master. And thank you for liking the live, dear Paradise. Neuroconverging, you ask, how do you stay so calm when responding to bullies? Well, unfortunately, it's just the most practical thing to do. I would love to raise my voice and, engage in caveman aggression, but it just doesn't work, I've discovered. Having had bullies in my life, I guess I've just come to kind of accept that the only way forward is through compassion, kindness, and understanding. Now, there's definitely room for setting boundaries and being direct with your communication. But even during that, it's important to be calm, be centered, to speak from a place of understanding, of knowingness. It's the best way forward. Dear Master, you had asked, how do I deal with intense insecurity? You feel like you can't even look at people in the eye anymore. Well, maybe you don't have to. I have a lot of neurodivergent friends that are absolutely comfortable when we're looking at something in our environment together, Maybe we're sitting, but not looking at each other, but looking out the window together, and we're having a full conversation between each other. And there isn't really a necessity to lock eyes at that moment. We can lock our eyes on something in our experience together and share that as our focus. But yeah, I like to accommodate that a lot of people find eye contact uncomfortable, and that's okay. You know, it's really intense at times. I totally get that. And confidence doesn't have to come from doing the things that make you uncomfortable, but being allowed to stay within your comfort zone. So much confidence comes from embracing your own needs and comforts, knowing that some things just aren't for you and other things are, and you don't have to try to fit into the world that other people see for you, but the world that you see possible. So I'd start by allowing yourself to, you know, interact in whatever way makes sense for you. And thank you, Maid Jardayanda, for your team bracelet. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Kamuniti, thank you for your cap and trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Lizzie, for your follow. And welcome, Jamal. Dear Kamuniti, you ask, how do you practice self-discipline in a way that makes you better? Forgiveness. You can't be disciplined without forgiveness, self-forgiveness. Let me show you. So here's what people want. People want consistency, where every day they're doing the same thing. Or every week, or whatever it is for you. Discipline implies that there's something that you want to be consistent in life. Problem is, people try to be perfect in their discipline. That they successfully are disciplined today and tomorrow and overmorrow and the next. But then the moment that they fail, they can't forgive themselves, and they say, well, if it wasn't meant to be, then I might as well give up. And so they don't continue. That they stop the moment they don't have a perfect streak. And they think, oh, I'm so undisciplined, because it's just a lot easier to admit defeat than to start again. But true consistency is not in having a perfect streak. It's not about being able to do what you want to do every day, but doing as much as you can. And if you ever fail, you forgive yourself. And that helps you go to the next day. You go, it's okay that I didn't do it today. I'll try again tomorrow. And you do it again and again. And every time that you don't do the thing, you have to forgive yourself again. And that helps you go to the next day. Because if you get angry with yourself, like what happened in our first example, then you're definitely not going to go to the next day, because you were only imagining discipline as something that included just a perfect streak. But that's an illusion. True consistency does not mean that there is no break in your discipline. True consistency is in being able to start again whenever you stop. To allow yourself the opportunity to succeed again. All the people that are successful didn't just start off successful. They tried and tried and tried again, and every time they failed, they forgave themselves and tried again. And many people associate discipline with being hard on yourself. Discipline is actually being easy on yourself. Because this is what happens. That little angry guy there. Giving up is what happens when you're hard on yourself. Starting again is what happens when you're easy on yourself. Does that make sense? And if anyone doesn't get it, please let me know. And thank you, dear Sheti, for your 7 roses and another 6 and another 5 of them. Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. That's what you needed to hear in this moment, shares Johnny Ringo. I'm so happy to hear that. And dear Kamuniti, thank you for your octet of roses and friendship necklace. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namaha. Ragnhildar, thank you for your trio of roses as well. Jai Sitaram. You're welcome, dear Master. And dear Tatvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. And Johnny Ringo, thank you for your heart me and 11 roses too. Om Namo Buddhaya. I like the way you say that, Canadian Canuck. If you're easy on yourself, the results will come. Great insight. Kamuk Niti, you ask, what advice would I give myself? Well, at this moment, I am really working on continuing to maintain my understanding and compassion whenever faced with someone who is challenging me. And it's something that I'll have to continue working on every day as long as I do these live streams. And so I would give the advice to myself that to always remember that no one ever actually has anything against you personally. They personally have something which they are against, but that doesn't include you in their worldview, and trying to fit yourself in their worldview is not going to solve the problem. Instead, invite them with ease and openness to expand their worldview without any judgment. And if that happens, wonderful. If it doesn't, then you did it as much as you can and you move on. All right. May you have a wonderful sleep, dear Tate. Yeah. Being disappointed in yourself is ironic because it comes from wanting to do better. And yet, the disappointment doesn't help. If being disappointed in oneself made us better, well, the whole world would be so much better, wouldn't it? Because we're all a little disappointed in ourselves, aren't we? Thank you, Johnny Ringo, for your pair of 10 fest bursts each. Om Dham Namaschandraya. We learn as we go. There were some questions that were asked earlier that I didn't attend to. Maybe I can see if I can read them. Dear JJ, you were wondering about the meaning of the six-pointed star. And there's a little misunderstanding between what the self means in terms of the divine. We can talk about that for sure. But dear Rose, you had asked, how can you move beyond being used by people? This anger feels like yours, so you can't let it go. Well, if you're being used and abused, you have every right to stand up for yourself and be angry. It's not fair for others to let them take advantage of you. And let me explain that with a diagram too. So what you are, the truth of your being at the highest level, is love. And your only goal in life is to radiate that far and wide, everywhere you go, hopefully filling every single place and feature with love. But suppose there is someone who is wounded, and they have an insecurity, and so they're trying to take your love and use that to fill something they feel is missing inside of them. But the problem is, no matter how much love they take from you, because there's a wound, like a crack, it ends up pouring out. And your love doesn't go as far and wide as it could. And ultimately, our love cannot heal the wounds of another person directly. Only they are able to heal their own wounds and discover the love within their heart. So, sometimes setting boundaries is the way to embrace your true ability to love as much as possible. By setting this energetic boundary of love, saying, I can't do this for you, you have to find that love within yourself. Then that love goes far and wide and isn't being used to fill some insecurity that'll never be filled. You're able to reach even farther places and give your energy elsewhere too. So it's not fair to the world around you. Have your love be used and abused. First of all, because the being that is using and abusing it cannot ever be fully fulfilled by your love, since they can only find that same love within themselves and finally heal that wound and become full of love as they naturally are. And second of all, the other people and places in your life deserve your love, and a lot of it is being sent to a place that doesn't include them. And that's why it's so important to set boundaries. It is the kind and necessary thing to do. So your anger is a part of you that's finally speaking up and saying, enough is enough. There's more to life than just this. And it's about time that I set that boundary where it needs to be. Dear Kit Naruse, you ask, what's my zodiac? Well, I hope that you see me for what I am, and not the body, not the mind, and not the zodiac. That we are nothing and we are everything, all at once. And we are not defined by our position of birth or the country that we're brought up in, or by our parents or any of those things, but by the ability to touch each other's hearts. Thank you, dear Anasek, for your finger heart. Om Pram Hanumate Namaha. But still, what sign am I? My sun sign is a Libra. Dear Rai, you share you're scared to get older. Any tips? You never get older. You don't age. You only get more and more worn out in your clothing, your apparel. And then when it's time to wear new clothes, you donate it back, maybe to the place in which it's come from, and you put on a new wardrobe. Right now we're wearing our bodies like garments. And the garment wears out. That's natural. But it's okay. Plenty of more garments to wear. This isn't the only one you're allotted. Don't think that there's not many to go around. Not like you're born and you only have one shirt for the rest of your life. And only this one shirt you have to take. If you lose your shirt, then you never get to wear another shirt again. That wouldn't be very fair, now would it? Something this great, a world this wonderful, a universe this magical, deserves many chances to take it all in. And you can put trust in that. Hello, dear B. Dear Kit Naruse, you ask, am I an atheist or an agnostic or religious? I am all of those things and none of them at the same time. And dear Gab, you ask, what do I think happens after human life? Ah, now that's an important question. You see, we always ask, once we are born, here we are a baby at one point. And eventually we die. This is true. We always ask, what happens after death? That's the question. We're wondering, okay, where are we led to after death? But we never ask, where did we come from before birth? Now, why is it important for us to ask both questions? I am saying, because how are we so certain that what's after death is somehow different then what's before birth? Because think about it. Even if what's after death is nothing, then that must be the same nothingness from which we came. How can there be something different about the nothingness before birth and the nothingness after death? How can we have a type A nothingness over here and then a type B nothingness over here? You know, what would make type A not equal to type B? It means that there has to be some variation between the nothingness before birth and the nothingness after death, that there must be something different. But if there's something different, then it must not be nothing. Because you can only compare things. You can say that this thing is different from that thing because something of it changes. But you can never compare nothingness with nothingness. Therefore, it must be the case that A equals B. The place from which you come is the place to which you go. And clearly, you have come from that place. So why worry about not having anywhere else to go? Because clearly you're going to a place that has led somewhere before, and that's where you are now. I see it like that anyway. Hello, dear Crown Prince. Romy, you share, it took many years for you to accept your own death, and with the help of therapists and your lecturers at university, and once you had somehow accepted that you would die, you stopped being so fearful, looking for more. That's beautiful. We need all the help we can get. And indeed, shares Canadian Canuck, religions try to answer these questions of an afterlife. And yet all of them are equivalent. Speaking of isomorphism, there's a way of proving through what's called a natural transformation that all views of the afterlife are the same. Now you're in for a real treat. See, most people believe that there are different possibilities for an afterlife. But at some point I noticed that they're actually all the same. See, here's the big three, right? There's annihilationism. There's the idea that you go from life to nothingness forever. Then there's the classic binary model of you go from life either to an absolutely terrible place forever or an absolutely wonderful place forever, right? And then there's the people that believe that you just keep coming back here. Seems like completely different afterlife possibilities, right? They look different, don't they? I mean, on one case, you're going to nothing. The second case, you're going to something terrible or something wonderful. The third case, you keep coming back. But it's very simple. Actually, the place that you're in is a manifestation of nothingness. And it's simply up to you whether you make that an eternal suffering or an eternal joy. That if we understand that all of these different worlds are the same, just seen from different perspectives, then 1, 2, and 3 are all equal possibilities. They're all the same. It's just that some people are living in here, some people are living like it's nothing, some people are living like it's hell, and some people are living like it's heaven. And so everyone's right. And how wonderful is it that if everyone's right, then no one's wrong? And so why is everyone arguing? Because if one person is saying that number 2 is wrong, but number 1 is right, then you're arguing against yourself. Because it's the exact same thing, just seen from a different perspective. And if someone says that number 2 is right, but number 3 is wrong, then they're arguing against themselves. So what's the point of all this argument then? If we're all right, then we all can go home. And we can give each other a break. And then you don't have to worry so much about your own faith. You know, you never have to feel like how lucky I am that I picked the right belief system and that others have picked the wrong one. That you know without a doubt that you are right. That it wasn't a game of chance, that you happened to be born in the tradition of truth and that other people weren't. That you know guaranteed going into the system that you are on the right path and that everyone always has been. And there are no losers in the game of life. Everyone gets another chance. But not all of us realize that. And so it's our duty to make that a realization for as many people as possible. To bring that knowledge and love that everything is okay. And that we don't have to be so at each other's throats all the times. That's when we make it into a hell for ourselves. But we have the possibility of making it for a heaven for ourselves. And thank you, Mopkin, for your follow. Well, thank you, dear Mirna. It's because I'm being bathed in your light. And all of you have so much light that you cast on me. But all that light is coming from within you. That sounds like a wonderful, a powerful experience, dear Jake. And thank you, Tati Monica, for your liking of the live. I have a question for everyone today. Today I wonder, what is the deeper significance of teachers in our life? And we can go through this at the speed that anyone is wanting to. If there's questions asked in between, I'm happy to attend to them, but I'd love to explore this together as a fellow student. Dear Valley Wings, you ask, why does the ego attach to suffering? The ego attaches itself to what it knows. And if all that you know is suffering, then that's all that you make of this world. But if we expand our horizons and open up to other possibilities, then our sense of self expands along with that too. Dear Mopkin, you share as an answer to the question of the day, we can always learn, indeed. And I love that answer. Being capable of always learning means that there's always teachers around us. And dude, you ask, who are my teachers? Well, you're speaking as one of them. As every single person here has something that I can learn from. Dear Rose, you share that teachers are meant to bring out inherent knowledge. Everything we have is within, and they are the gardeners that merely tend to the seeds that have been sown since time immemorial. And dear Babblefishy, you share that children have been your greatest teachers. I'm happy to hear that. Me too. Dear Romy, you share the teacher's job is to change your sense of responsibility and discipline. To open you up to greater and greater potential. And Tattvamasi, you share unconditional love and trust on someone with wisdom will take us to our freedom. That's beautifully put. And Donsuela, you share that teachers, whether lessons or people, are conduits to change the trajectory of our lives. Oh, well, thank you, dear Donsuela. And dear Crown Prince, you ask, am I asking what their significance is beyond teaching? Whatever makes sense to you. I trust your intuition. Alitza, you share that teachers offer us a reflection that is expansive, provoking, opening, and freeing. And another part, coming to a theater near you, and the second comment comes through. Dear Dude, you ask, who are the teachers I've learned from that most when I was starting to change my view? Well, my mother, my father, my kindergarten teacher, my grade 1 teacher, grade 2 teacher, grade 3 teacher, grade 4, all the way up to grade 12 teachers, college teachers, people on the internet, people like yourself. It comes from all directions. And the reason I'm not giving you an exact answer is not because I don't have one, but because true teaching happens not from anywhere in particular, but from being open to learn from every place that comes your way. And that, I think, is the greatest answer I could give to the question, to be able to help you in your ability to learn. To know that there is no one place where knowledge can be found and another place where it is in a lesser commodity, but equally found everywhere you go, assuming you can be receptive to it. Now, dear Romy, you share, as another answer to the question of the day, pardon me, to be able to function properly, safely in your work. That's true. We do need some safety protocols to prepare you. Shares Hybrid Gen. Draven, you share to show you yourself and what's already there, to remember and fulfill perhaps the ego's dreams. That's very poetic of you. Dear hashtag open brace, caret, closing brace for further hashtags. You share, you remember one of my videos I made 2 years ago about Paul Dirac's equation. You've got a great memory. Dear KPC, you share. Either you quote from your own life as being born on Guru Purnima, which is very auspicious, or metaphorically you share that we are reborn on the day of the Guru. Both work. Magdalene, you share, so many of us are in teaching mode that we often forget to be in learning mode. Humbling experience. Wow. That's an important reminder, dear Magdalene. Thank you for that. Dear Valley Wings, you share that teachers offered you healthy role modeling when other people in your life weren't able to. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Mirna, you share that teachers might make the way easier when you are ready to learn. And that's the greatest qualification of a student, their eagerness. And that's what we all should exemplify. And dear Anazek, you share that our further learning, what opens us further on our path. I like that. And Story King, I love how you relate that the student and the teacher are one, synonymous. Dear Hybrid Gen, you share, you feel a lot of your guilt as being a homeschool mom, feeling like you ain't doing it right. Oh, I'm sure that you're doing the best that you can. And that's enough. Everyone has the capacity to teach the fundamental values in life that help us succeed, like patience and kindness, compassion, open-mindedness, etc. Because all of us have at one point embodied these values. And you don't have to find these as taught in a book. And thank you, Lupert, for your follow. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. Dear dude, you ask, do I feel repeating numbers have meaning? It means that they are the sum of a geometric sequence, which has a huge role mathematically. And there's a very beautiful equation that represents them. Let's say you discover a number that has some digit D, and it repeats n times. Well, if you're working in a base 10 system, then that means this number is the sequence of D plus 10 times d, plus 100 times d, all the way up to 10 to the power of n minus 1 times d. So this forms a geometric sequence, given that it's the sum from k equals 0 all the way up to n minus 1 of d times 10 to the k. And that has a lovely short form that I forget. But you can explicitly solve for it without having to do an arbitrary summation. And geometrically, it means that each summand in the summation is being scaled by the same term, exponential growth. And that's very fun. Dear Crown Prince, your answer to the question of the day is teachers you think help our worlds expand. Right you are. Dear JD the Crazy, you ask my thoughts on MK Ultra. Yes, it's very sad that that certain governments around the world have experimented on their citizens from time to time. Fortunately, a lot of that has changed. But unfortunately, it still continues in many ways. And yet, being aware of these things is important, but only to some extent. Because even though there is genuine tragedy and suffering that the world has faced, and it's important to be aware of it so that these cycles of suffering don't happen again, we also suffer by paying too much attention to them in some ways. And we can really drive ourselves crazy just thinking about it, ironically. Given that we're talking about an experiment that drove people crazy through the use of involuntary experimentation of psychoactive substances. The irony is that if you're constantly thinking that something or someone's out to get you, then you'll drive yourself crazy just thinking like that. You don't have to have any substance to go nutty in that way. So it's so important that we balance the kind of knowledge that we accumulate with optimistic stories too, and genuine stories of change and wonder. That way our own mind isn't filled entirely with negativity, which can be really damaging for the whole system. Many studies have shown that the way we think really affects the whole body. And even if you're thinking about something true, like a terrible story, that it can create ailments in your body and lead to not just mental health problems, but physical health problems too. So it's so important that we balance all these negative facts and happenings and histories with positive stories too. That way that we don't feel dragged down by all of that negativity and still have the capacity to make a difference for the good, for the better in the world. If being aware of the problems of the world is one thing, and it's important that we are, but only being aware of the problems in the world won't help us or anyone either. Because in order to make the world a better place from the kinds of horrible things that happen in it, we have to also include in our awareness what can be done for good and be solution-oriented. So I encourage you to balance your info gathering with stories of hope and wonder. That'll be very helpful. You're very welcome. Thank you for understanding. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your pair of finger hearts. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. And thank you, dear Valley Wings, for your beating heart. Radhi, Radhi. Dear Ragnhildur, your answer to the question of the day is to remind us of and awaken to that we already know. What a beautiful answer. The dude, you're wondering if I have information on the significance of 116. Well, we can play around with the number. I love playing around with numbers. It's fun. Let's see, what is the prime factorization of 116? Well, 2 obviously goes into it. How many times? 58 times. How many times does 2 go into 58 again? It goes in, 29 times. And 29 is a prime number, I know that. So it's 2 squared times 29. Oh, didn't mean to put the 9th digit as an exponent. All right. Well, it's got a nice square in it. 29 is a very, very unusual number with unique properties that I'm unaware of. What about it in binary? Well, 116. Let's try to fill in the blanks of binary, the base 2 system that computers use rather than base 10. Instead of having a units, a tens, a hundreds, thousands, etc., we have a 2s, we have a 4s, we have an 8s, we have a 16s, we have a 32s, a 64s, and we have 128s, etc., scaling up by 2 times. So we only have 2 kinds of digits to use. We just get a 0 and a 1. So let's see, how many 128s fit into 116? Well, 0. How many 64s? Just 1. So 116 minus 64. We have to 52. So just 1. How many 32s go into it? Just 1. Let's see here. How many 16s go into 20? Just 1. Oops. And then we're left with a 4. Well, that can only go there. Oh, what an interesting number in binary. 111010. I like that. 111010. Has a nice ring to it. We've got this nice trio of 1s at the front, and then this palindrome of 010 at the end. Very satisfying. Sure, we can continue exploring, but many other things we have to explore together. And thank you, dear Anazek, for your friendship necklace. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Close to Real, you ask, where does my inspiration come from? From all the good that I see around me. It's all already there. I just have to become perceptive to it and never forget that anything is possible. And thank you, Anissa Santiago, for liking the live. The thing about inspiration is that it must come from within. If it comes from anywhere out, anywhere without or outside, then we're dependent on whatever that thing is to be inspired. And maybe not everyone has access to that thing or person. Which means that we'd be living in a world where only some people can be inspired and others cannot. But I don't think that's the kind of world that we live in. I think that anyone could feel inspiration strike at any time, which tells us a lot about our metaphysical nature. That inspiration is something that is generated from within, because the only way that we can live in a world where everyone can be inspired is to understand that we all share inspiration within. Close to real, you ask, what if Picasso inspires you? Then Picasso was a mirror for you to discover something within yourself. Isn't it so? As you said, inspires you to paint. Who's the one painting? You. And where is all of that artistic merit coming from? Your ability. Where is your creativity stemming from? Within yourself. So the people around us can act as mirrors for us to realize all the potential we have already inside ourselves. And that's to empower you to know that it was already within you. But you caught a glimpse of yourself in the mirror of Picasso. Good morning, dear Inclusa. How are you? Dear Zaya, you ask, what teachers have I had that brought awareness to a deeper significance? I suppose the biggest influence in the deepening of my awareness is the teacher that goes by the name of suffering. If I look back at the times in my life where my horizons expanded, it was because I felt limited by them, and so I suffered. And so suffering is the resistance that pushes against the walls that you feel defined by and pushes them outward, broadening our horizons, deepening our awareness. The greatest teacher is none other than suffering. Spiritual path feels so masochistic at times. I know where you're coming from. But the difference between acceptance of suffering and masochism is that a masochist feels like they deserve to suffer. And so deep down, there's a part of them that is enjoying feeling like they're putting themselves through punishment that they have to have in order to be justified. However, true acceptance of suffering is not from a point of feeling like you deserve to be punished and that you have to in order to find yourself, but because you get to choose the experiences that you do to expand through. We might not get to choose the circumstance, but what we do with the circumstance is up to us. And in my experience, suffering just seems like, but what we do with the circumstance is up to us. And in my experience, suffering just seems like to awaken rather than to crumple up into a ball and disappear. Do I think that's why the church got so freaky in the Middle Ages? Misunderstood suffering. I see the truth in that too. Yeah, I see still today in many religions, people talk of being born into sin and that we're sinners by nature and therefore we have to suffer in order to be resolved of that nature. And I see where they're coming from, given the context that we were talking about before. But yet there's a very thin line between finding empowerment in your own ability to use your own experiences to grow, to empathize with other people that have gone through similar things, and to be inspired to make a world that has less of that for others. And feeling like there's somehow something inherently wrong in you and you deserve to be punished. And the former of which I do see as a misinterpretation of the latter, just as you said. And the more we understand that the inevitability of suffering is not because there's anything wrong with us, but because it is our fuel in order to grow, then we see it as a grace, something that allows us to deepen our experience in other ways. Dear Inclusa, you teach special education and you love it a lot. I'm happy to hear that. And dear Ron, thank you for your heart me and half a dozen finger hearts. Om Ram Bhairavain Namo Namaha. And I'm happy that you value creativity, dear Inclusa. Yeah. That's a great example, 2G to infinity. That if we come from a lower caste, that somehow we're justified to be humiliated. When in actuality, no one deserves to be humiliated. And we're all born with the potential to rise as high as we want, given our own merit. You're close to real. You share, you hate feeling bad, you won't tolerate it. That's funny. The best way to feel better is to love all your feelings and to tolerate yourself in each moment. Hello, dear Mariham. You share that you are a teacher. Oh, I know this in many ways. You have taught me a lot. Dear Valley Wings, you ask, are there any mantras which contemplate infinity? Of course. All mantras contemplate infinity, because the subject of all of them is the infinite. You pick any mantra, every mantra is an exposition of the infinite. What we meditate on is precisely some flavor of infinity itself. Infinity comes in many different forms. That's its nature. Whether we meditate on love, whether we meditate on energy, whether we meditate on serenity, whether we meditate on health, all of these things are just different ways of seeing the infinite. Dear Mopkin, you're wondering, what is this music? Let's see. It goes by the name Breathe With Me that I found on SoundCloud that didn't have any copyright. It's close to real. You share that too much suffering is counterproductive. I agree. And so much of that suffering is added unnecessarily by our resistance to what we're going through. That we're sad, but then we get frustrated by the fact that we're sad. And then we hate the fact that we're frustrated, that we're sad. And then we feel guilty that we hate the fact that we're frustrated, that we're sad, etc. And all of that is just an exaggeration of something that might not be so bad itself. There are times when you're absolutely allowed to be sad. You imagine instead of being guilty that you hate the fact that you're frustrated, that you're sad, but instead are enjoying the fact that you love the fact that you accept the fact that you're sad. Even from sadness, we can create so many good feelings. We can find peace in our sadness. We can find compassion in the peace of our sadness. And we can find ecstasy in the compassion of the peace in our sadness, etc. You can be so positively sad. Yeah. You can see all the suffering in the world and feel that sadness, and yet be inspired by that to be able to make much more healing in the ways that you can. And you can be grateful for the inspiration of that, etc. That no feeling by itself is necessarily a bad feeling, but it's how we interact or relate with that feeling does the suffering come or go. Dear Draven, you share that in deep meditation the name Vishnu came to you and you see a blue Hindu deity. Your thoughts on what that may mean? Vishnu is part of the Trimurti, the triple form of the divine in Hinduism. Just like how there is a trinity in many different traditions. There are many different trinities all around the world. There's the trinity of Holy Ghost, Father and Son, in the Christian tradition, for example. In Hinduism, there's another kind of trinity which is very beautiful as well. And that's the trinity of Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. Shiva represents destruction. Brahma represents creation. And Vishnu represents sustenance. And each form an equal role in the functioning of the universe. That when it comes to the beginning of something, that Shiva is there, the expansion of something, Vishnu is there, and then the end of something, Shiva is there. Or did I say Shiva is at the beginning? Brahma is at the beginning. Literally, Vishnu comes from a word that means the all-pervasive one. Just like how creation is actually just a really small part of the expansion of the universe. You know, creation only really happens once, you know? And similarly, destruction happens only once too, at the end. For the vast majority of the universe, it's pervaded by Vishnu. So that's why he's called the all-pervading one. Because most of the universe is already created and not yet needing to be destroyed. So Vishnu represents what exists here and now, the form of the divine that's in this moment. So this is all to symbolize the divine that's not way back in the past or you have to discover way in the future, but the immediate, the imminent. And that's what Vishnu represents. The divine that is here and now, not separate from this moment. Thank you, Dr. Green Thumb, for your dozen roses. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Dear Dr. Green Thumb, you share you need advice. You want to forgive your wife, but you can't get over your anger. Well, you don't have to forgive at this exact moment if you're still feeling angry. You can wait. Allow the anger to pass. Allow yourself to not be ready to forgive. And in the meantime, allow me to affirm to you that forgiveness doesn't mean ignorance. It doesn't mean that we'll allow that to happen again, or that boundaries shouldn't be set, or that communication isn't necessary from this point on and you just go back to how things were. Forgiveness just means that you're willing to relieve yourself of any resistance, any resentment that's keeping you from your ability to fulfill your role. It's not something that we do to graciously bestow on another person because we are so virtuous. Forgiveness has nothing to do with the other person and has everything to do with yourself. Forgiveness simply means that all of, that anger that we hold in the system is not something that benefits me. And so I release that out to the universe. Because ultimately what holds us back is not what they did in the past, it's how we choose to go from there. And if we choose to constantly feel like our life is being limited by something that is no longer happening, then that's a choice that we're making that ultimately limits ourselves. So forgiveness means that we let the past be the past and we know that that can't be changed, and we open up to what's possible in the present, and that includes any boundaries that need to be set or communication methods that can be opened up, perhaps through a third party, etc. And you feel free to start anew, not the way things were before, but according to new guidelines that you're open to discovering how to work with and through together. Forgiveness can happen without ever talking to the other person. You can forgive someone without your words. You can forgive someone without even having them in your life again. And I believe the reason that that might not be already obvious is because we've learned to gauge what forgiveness means based on the people that ask for it. And usually if someone is asking for forgiveness, unfortunately it comes with some demand that you let me in on your life again in the same way that I hurt you before, or that you continue to allow me to take advantage of you in some way. But these people are not actually asking for forgiveness. True asking for forgiveness means that you want the other person to be free from the resentment that they hold against you, not for yourself to be free by the resentment that they hold. I hope that makes sense. I've kind of switched the subject between putting ourselves in the role of the one being forgiven and the forgiver a little bit. And thank you, dear Michael, for your heart, me and Rose. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. Julio, you share, you love your anger, it motivates you. I understand from where you're coming from. Yes, anger can be deeply motivating. But it also can give a temporary high and feeling of power, which can be unhealthy in other ways. Studies have shown that you can get a dopamine rush from being angry, that it can feel good to be angry. In that moment, you're like, yeah, I'm going to say what's up. I'm going to say how I really feel, you know? I think all of us at some point know what that's like. But oftentimes it only introduces long-term problems. It can provide a short-term relief, but it might introduce a lot more problems down the road. And the enemies that we make, for example, and the kinds of pains that we introduce to our friends and families and ourselves too. Just like how any intoxicating substance can feel wonderful in the moment, but we're borrowing that happiness from another time. That's why you get a hangover. You're not creating happiness out of thin air. You're going into debt to your future self. And once your future self is arriving in the present, you go, oh boy, now I have to repay that debt. And you don't want to be like that. In the long run. Dear Inclusa, you share your role is in unmasking injustices, truth-telling in court until God's or karma comes. That sounds very powerful. But that's a big responsibility that you don't need to carry all by yourself. Just as you said, you know, God's will is God's will. Karma fulfills itself naturally. And it'll happen whether or not we are involved. We can have faith in that. But there are things that we can make a difference in. And the biggest difference we can make is in being solution-oriented. Trying to look for the negative. If we're continually looking for injustice, then that's all we begin to see in the world. You know, it's like the problem of policing around the world. As I'm sure many psychologists would love for more people to realize, is that these are people with an occupation. Let me see if I can draw. What does a cop hat look like? Looks something like this in New York, you know? You got the badge on it. Anyway. The problem is not the person, but that their job is literally to only look for the negative. Now, this is an eye I'm trying to draw. Their job is to scour the streets looking for any crime. But the problem is that affects the way you think. And if all you're looking for is what's wrong around you, then that's all you begin to think about. And then when you get home after a long day of looking for crime, that you're looking for all the things that your spouse is doing wrong, and then a lot of abuse happens from there. And now they begin to look at everything around them as negative. Because that's their job. They literally get paid to look for what's wrong with the world, that they become so good at it that everything looks wrong to them. So we should be looking for injustice, but we should be balancing at least. Could you imagine how wonderful it is if part of the job was not just to look for what's wrong, but help provide solutions? For example, if you're trained to look for what you can do to help, and that anytime you see someone in need of help, then you go and help them. And now you're not just thinking about what people are doing wrong, but all the help that can happen. And maybe there's even room in a budget to reward people that are doing things wonderfully. And so that a cop pulls you over and they say, you know, ma'am, I saw that you've been driving very safely, and I wanted to put you in this raffle for, I don't know, a Good Citizens Award or something. And then the more they do that, the more they look for things that are going right too. And the more they begin to see the good around them as well, the more they become more solution-oriented. Therefore, I think it's imperative that we balance all of the negativity that we're looking for in the world with positivity too. So important that we do so as well. Otherwise, we get exhausted and we feel like it's our role to only find what's going wrong. And believe me, there's no shortage of faults that we can see. But there's also no shortage of wonderful things happening and things that we can help succeed with and be a part of for our mental health, for our physical health, and for the welfare of the whole world. We have to do both. Thank you, dear Hybrid Gent, for your trio of roses and a fest clown. Or no, a fest crown. But you absolutely could give a clown a fest crown. Be very fitting. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudraf Prachodayat. Your answer to the question of the day, dear Jaderade, is to help us reflect, find answers, and decrease internal suffering. Yes, I love that. Dear Closterreal, you ask about addiction. Is addiction real or is it an excuse? Well, no one chooses to be addicted, that's for sure. I know what it's like to be addicted. When I was younger, I tried vaping for the first time. And then for many years, I was addicted to that, even though I was aware of the health benefits. And it's really difficult for us to stop addictions, especially when they're stigmatized. Many studies have shown that people who are stigmatized for their addiction are less likely to eventually quit their addiction. That if you are, let's say, an alcoholic, and people around you are always judging you for doing that, that actually, in more cases than not, increases the consumption of alcohol for that person. Because they go home and they feel worse. They feel terrible that so many people look at them like that. And they want to drown out even that thought too with the booze. And so they pick up the bottle. And this is true for depression. That if people are judging you for being depressed, saying that you should really get a hold of your life and stop, hiding in your room, etc., then you're probably just going to stay in your room for even longer, Does that have an effect? Oh, that's really interesting. Dear Inclusive, it's called Pygmalion's effect. I've never heard of that. That's Pygmalion's effect. A psychological phenomenon that describes how people perform better when they have high expectations placed on them. Oh, that's kind of the complement of that. Yeah. This would be an example where Pygmalion's effect does not hold. The more expectations that an addict has, generally the more they depend on their addiction to relieve themselves of that expectation. Jada, you share that 99% of people from traumatic experiences become some sort of addict. Yeah, I think we all know what it's like to depend on something that's unhealthy, even if it's a widely known addiction like a drug, or even a common one like caffeine. One that's socially acceptable, but still a dependence on a substance in order to feel happy and has health effects. Sugar, too. The way we eat, definitely. Yeah. And I think all of this is to say that we have to understand addiction is not something that anyone chooses. They're not consciously waking up and going, today I'm going to be an addict and avoid my responsibilities. But it's never an excuse to bring harm to others. That addicts are not given a get out of jail free card for causing suffering on others. That's something that they have to be made accountable for too. But we have to do so without blaming the addiction itself. That they didn't do this because they're an alcoholic or whatever. The alcoholism isn't the excuse, indeed. But we don't do so in such a way that makes them just want to pick up the bottle again. As we said, stigmatizing them is only going to make them feel worse. And the worse they feel, the more often they do resort to such unhealthy coping mechanisms. Conversely, the more we can love and accept a person that is going through an addiction, the more they can feel like they're allowed to have been acknowledged in this place in their life, and therefore the path forward can accommodate them without judgment. But there's a lot of people that also are stuck in abusive relationships because they continue holding out hope that this person is going to change and the addiction is going to go away if they just keep loving. But that's not going to happen either. That you cannot love another person's addiction away, no matter how hard you love them. They must find the courage and bravery in themselves to do so. Our love can help and facilitate that, but it can't take them the whole way. At some point is the leap of faith that they must take by themselves. And that's why we can't expect them to change, because nothing that we do can force them to do so. Our duty is only to provide the help that we can, and whether they accept that help or not, or how much of that help they're capable of accepting, is always their own choice. And that never should be at the sacrifice of your own well-being either. The necessity of internet connection, yes, that can be a very common thing that we are depending on. Dear Murunmai, you had a couple questions I saw in chat as we were talking about that. You had asked, what made me believe in the Sanatana Dharma? I think the question itself we can expand upon from the place that you ask this. Remember that, let me draw it as a Venn diagram for you. So, there's so many different traditions around the world. There's Christians, and Christians share a lot of overlap with the Jews, and they share a lot of overlap with the Muslims, and there's of course overlap shared. I'm just going to arbitrarily draw this over here with all sorts of different other faiths and traditions. Some are pretty isolated, others seem to contain a lot more of other traditions, etc. What the Sanatana Dharma is not just some other faith that you have to put faith in. The Sanatana Dharma is all of them. The word Sanatana, it literally means eternal. And within the eternity of our existence, all traditions appear. So the Sanatana Dharma isn't just something that is a part of the diverse landscape of different religious tradition. It refers to any way of accommodating all beliefs. Because only when you accommodate all beliefs are you established in something eternal. You can explore the diversity of the different faiths in the world. You can travel through them, and you can surround yourself in one of them, and you can express all the truths in the language and context of one of them. But as long as you are keeping in mind everything outside, that there's no one way to express truth, then you are a part of the Sanatana Dharma, even if you call yourself Jewish or Christian or Muslim or anything else. That when you make room for the whole, then you are established in Source. So to have faith in the Sanatana Dharma is not an arbitrary choice, but an all-inclusive one. It just happens in this case to use the language of Sanskrit, but you could equally use other languages and refer to it by different names. Basically, it just means it's a label that refers to a universal religion or a universal tradition. Thank you, dear Jay, for your fast verse. That's very kind of you. Yet another question, dear Murunmai, which is how to open chakra. That happens naturally. Just like you don't have to manually open a flower. Just the sun arising over the horizon and passing over and delivering its light and warmth is enough for the flower to open. And that it doesn't require anyone to grab onto the petals and try to force it open. Just by being receptive to love and light, you will naturally blossom. But for everyone's awareness, it's important to know that some people have been using the term Sanatana Dharma to mean something more exclusive. And it is the nature of the age that we live in, that universal terms ironically become inclusive to one group and then exclusive to another. So the way in which we use these words is very important to consider. But I use the term Sanatana Dharma to include everyone, regardless of the path that you are on. And dear Gregorji, you share another example, would be the Baha'i, which considers them all. I like that. Yeah. Omnipresence is a term that many traditions use to describe truth, God, source, etc. And we can interpret it at one level to mean a physical omnipresence. That God or source or the divine is found, in that tree, in the waterfall, in the sun, in the moon, in the ground beneath us, in our breath, in our bodies, etc. And yet it can be applied in so many other levels too. That philosophically, there's an omnipresence, meaning that no matter what way you think about the world, the divine is somewhere inside that thought. It applies to all of the different belief systems, that the same divinity is omnipresent within, whether you call it one religion or another. There's a religious omnipresence and a philosophical one and a spatial one, a mental one, a universal omnipresence at all levels of our being and our consciousness, as Jennifer shares. Another way of thinking about the Sanatana Dharma is not what includes everything, but what is included by everything. That's an entirely equal and meaningful way of understanding the Sanatana Dharma too. That we don't have to even go beyond our own faith in order to see this, which can be really helpful. Again, using the metaphor of Venn diagrams, if you think about all of the different traditions, maybe some are a little more wonkily shaped than others. Who knows? Some are smaller. Maybe we'll draw some religious iconography to fill this space. That instead of wondering, is truth found over here, or is truth found over here, or over here, or over here? that there's some part of everyone's tradition that includes a space right at the center, right at its heart, you could say, that meets with all others. And therefore, if you live from the perspective that you're standing in the heart of your tradition and every other tradition, then you know that you're speaking from truth. Because if the truth is found anywhere, then when you're in the overlap between all different places, then you must be overlapping truth. That's a logical certainty. Thank you, dear Daniela, for your follow. All in all, yes. Well said, dear Inclusa. Hello, dear Ashley. Dear Illust Philosophy, you ask, am I saying that logical certainty is a geometric shape? Here, I'll tell you exactly what I'm saying through the language of logic. So this is our assumption. So we have some set that we consider as the universe. This is informally the set of all sets. And someone has discovered within themselves that somewhere there exists some set within the universe such that S is true, whatever that means. There's some set in the universe that contains truth. Well, then it's a logical certainty that the intersection, which is given by this symbol, the intersection of all sets in the universe is true. Why? Because it must be a subset of whatever that set S is that is true. And so we already know that since S is true, then the intersection between all sets, which must be something within S2, by definition, is true also. I'm happy to hear that I make your mind melt, dear Z Phantom. Sometimes you have to melt in order to rearrange yourself to become a butterfly. And dear Illust Philosophy, you think what you're saying is that our propositions can't capture truth, and the closest we have is symmetry in geometry, which is why we strive for balance. Well, I see truth in that. Indeed. But geometry is another kind of proposition, isn't it? It's just a much more visual one, rather than one that is done through symbolic language. But all of geometry can only be discovered through the use of propositions and axioms like Euclid's postulates, etc. So even geometry cannot capture truth. And that is because truth cannot be captured, but it is that which captures us as the subject of our life rather than object. And yet all objects of our experience, mathematical or not, are expressions of that truth, which cannot be seen but sees all, cannot be heard but hears all, cannot be known but knows all. And thank you, dear Jess, for your rose. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namaha. Good night, dear Miss Bliss. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Dear Ricardo knows their set theory. Isn't that forbidden by Russell's paradox? Not exactly. The existence of a universal set is possible, but not if we assume the axiom of specification, as together that would imply Russell's paradox. As you could create the set that contains all things that don't contain themselves out of a universal set with the axiom that you can basically create any subset out of another. But there's entirely valid set theories which can have universal sets without leading to Russell's paradox. For example, ones that don't use the axiom schema of specification. But in general, regardless of the fancy vocabulary and terminology we use in order to dissect our world, I think ultimately we begin to find that truth is much simpler than we take it out to be. And our language and systems of expression overcomplicate what can be understood by a baby. And we don't need all of this technicality in order to really live a meaningful, purposeful life established in truth. Now, it's fun to think about, that's for sure. But what is that highest truth, if not love itself? And you don't need a degree in philosophy, mathematics, or logic to be able to love. We all have that capacity from the moment we're born, and then some. Welcome, dear liminal art. That's very beautiful, dear illust philosophy. Thank you for amplifying that point. Truth is found in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? Truth is within. Therefore, people who share things with us, not up for us to decide whether what they share is true or false, but up to us to be able to find the truth in it. We all come from the same place. We are all ultimately expressing the same fundamental existence, just in different ways. And there is a diversity, not so that we ought to travel on the scavenger hunt, prying between the seams of our existence to find what is truthful and what is not, but instead to reconcile that all expression of life is valid in its own regard as coming from some place that cannot be expressed in any way in particular. And that's what makes it infinitely diverse. You're very welcome, dear Ricardo. Thank you for listening. And you suppose that's the intersection of truth. Love, shares Jennifer. I like that. I'm happy to hear your interest in Eastern philosophy, dear Illust philosophy. Who would I suggest for a start-off point? Well, the first thing that you'll hear from any Eastern philosopher is to put down the book. And that's when philosophy really begins. When you are handed not a textbook written by anyone before you, but an empty page for you to see the reflection of what's inside. You are the best place to start. Just like Kung Fu Panda, the Dragon Scroll, the revered scroll holding the ancient knowledge of the tradition that Po was miraculously initiated into. Finally, after a long practice, he was qualified to be able to read what was written on the Dragon Scroll. And when you watch the movie, you'll notice that he unfolds it. And on the papyrus is not written anything at all. But if you look closer, Po does see something. So that's your homework. Watch a children's movie. I didn't give it away. You can never give it away. And thank you, dear Anasek, for your pair of fest bursts. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. And dear Megan, thank you for your fest crown and 21 roses. Om Namah Karlim Ambita Me Shoring Nadita Me Haring Devita Me Aing Saraswatyai Swaha. Hare Krishna, dear Avros Pentos. You'll have to watch it with your girlfriend. I love that. Yes, do include her. Tell her that it's very important that you watch Kung Fu Panda for the purpose of discovering an ancient truth. And that she is a part of this prophecy. And with her energy and your perception, together as one, you will discover the truth of your inner reality. I'm happy to hear you like that movie, dear Hybrid Jen. You go to the movies a lot with your kids, and here you are saying that you doubt your homeschooling ability. I can tell you that if my teacher took me to the movies a lot, I wouldn't doubt her. I'd think that she was the best teacher ever. Thank you for your follow, dear Kels. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Jessica, thank you for your pair of roses. Som Somaya Namaha. And thank you for finding something in my vibe to love, dear cows. Now it is getting late for me and many other people who share a similar time zone. It is 9:50 p.m. for me. Imagine it may be much later for you, or very early. For me, we will be going to bed shortly. So I'll have to wrap up this live stream over the next half an hour or so. But brain is tweaking. Shares G to infinity. Oh dear. Well, we'll have to do a wonderful meditation in order to dissolve all of the chaos that may be happening in our mind. Very early for you, shares Josie, getting ready for university. Almost 7 in the morning. Well, good morning, dear Josie. I hope you have a lovely day today. Summary today, watch movies, shares Inclusa. Alright. Now we have transitioned into our final portion of our Sangha. From Manana, our engagement with each other, to Nididhyasana, for us to put into practice some of the things we've learned together. Thank you for being open to it, dear Illust Philosophy. Dear Mary, you just love to start the day with a live with us. I'm so happy to include you, dear Mary. And cows, for you it's night there, just lit some lavender incense. I love that. Well, depending on what time it is for you, I imagine different people have responsibilities that I have to attend to. But if you have room for a little meditation, I'd love to include you in a wonderful way to deepen our understanding of everything that we've explored thus far together. Tonight I wanted to do a guided meditation, and I wanted you to challenge me, and I did not have one planned. And so I ask you, for those that do want to participate in a meditation, what kind of meditation would you like to explore? And how would you like that done? I'm not sure if I'll be able to do everything at once, but I'll certainly take inspiration from any answer. Thank you for finding inspiration here, dear Inclusa. D to infinity, you echo that the only S requested one for fearlessness. Fearlessness. Yeah. We can absolutely do a meditation that covers that. You love meditation, shares cows? Well, this would be a good time with your lavender incense. Kimia, you loved the chakra cleansing meditation. Well, there is a chakra that corresponds predominantly to fear, and that's our heart. We could do a meditation that covers both chakras and fear by meditating on the heart. In Tattvamasi, you share freedom. Well, I think we can certainly do a meditation that covers fearlessness, our heart, freedom, and Ragnhildr adds healthy self-love and discipline. Wonderful. Fearlessness, our heart chakra. One second, I accidentally started the recording at a weird time, since many of you know I post these on YouTube after. Fearlessness, our heart chakra, freedom, and healthy self-love and discipline. Okay. position that allows you to dissolve in between concentration and distraction. Whether that means sitting cross-legged, back straight, supported or unsupported, or laying down, or fidgeting with something, or moving around. Whatever position or movement allows you to be neither concentrated nor distracted, but just be in your natural state. Observe how your body's feeling. Acknowledge how your mind is in this moment, without categorizing any part of your experience. Just honor what you're going through in this moment. If there's any fear in this moment, or if you struggle with that in general, you have a history of being afraid, having anxiety or panic, having existential dread or other fears that frighten you, if you have worries, anticipations for the future, we'll work on that together. But first, I want you to bring your attention to your heart. Maybe that means holding your hand over it, or listening to your heartbeat inside your body. Bring your awareness there. A lot of fear can be associated with this region of our body, since we feel our emotions so physically. Each part can often be designated, and many parts have two designations. In this region, we can feel a lot of love, of course, in the heart, but we can also feel fear. Interestingly enough, both are valid ways to open the heart chakra. That you can truly and genuinely awaken through fear as you can love. Such is why so many people discover all that the heart has to offer after having gone through so much fear themselves. So, for the next couple minutes, I'd like to guide us all meditating on the ability for our heart to be opened by the fear that we've experienced. In other words, I want us to come to understand just how capable we are of using even those moments that we're afraid to open up instead of shut down or close off. That's something that we're able to do. When we are experiencing fear, it's usually because we have an attachment to something. So think about a fear in your life, or if you're particularly fearless, think about a fear in another person's life. Maybe a person who's close to you, like a a family member or a friend. Direct your awareness to what they could be attached to, or yourself, that you're afraid of losing. What is the loss? For example, maybe you have a fear of rejection, and so you have an attachment to feel, and so you have an attachment to feel. If you are afraid of closed spaces, then you have an attachment to being able to express yourself freely in all moments and all spaces, having the room to move around and be yourself. And that's understandable. All of these things are understandable, and not all attachments are necessarily bad things either. Because it's a wonderful thing to have validation around us. It's a wonderful thing to have the freedom to move. Our intentions are always good, but we can change our relationship with them in order to, for example, bring validation from within, or understand how much expression is possible from within. Maybe there is a fear of being lost, and so there's an attachment to having a designated place that we call our own. And it's a wonderful thing to have such a home, and an even more wonderful thing to find home wherever we go. So wherever there is a fear, you can ask, what is it that you're attached to, that you're afraid of losing? And if you can recognize what that is, then we move on to our next step. But to give yourself some time to find out what that is, we'll take a few moments of silence together, continuing to breathe consciously. Just holding space for that fear, being curious, no expectations, knowing that everything we do in openness is helpful. Just being open to wherever this meditation leads us is always going to be more helpful than not. So if you feel like you've got the trail, that you're following your fear back into some attachment, we can continue following that trail, and we can ask ourselves, how much of that is in our control? How much of that is just naturally out of our control, that the universe decides for us, you could say? And how much of what's outside of our control are we kind of stuck with, and we feel like we should have control over? And how much have we kind of given up on that actually we do have control over? Not an easy question, but it's important to take a moment to familiarize yourself with. You can ask yourself, does everyone at some point experience losing this thing that I'm attached to? If so, then how can you find what you want in a more out-of-the-box way so that you don't have to depend on something that is ultimately out of your control? For example, with the fear of rejection, does everyone at some point experience rejection? Yeah. Therefore, what about my attachment to validation can be found in more creative ways? How can I find that same validation in things that are not out of my control? Or for the case of claustrophobia, is everyone at some point going to feel like they're in a constrained space? Maybe. But there's also room, there's definitely room for setting boundaries with other people. You can say that there are places that I don't feel safe, and I affirm my own ability to relay that to others. For the places that I don't need to be in, I can stand up for myself and affirm to the people around me that I get to choose where I want to go. That we empower ourselves to communicate that fear with others so that we can be accommodated. It's not always going to be the case, though, that we are going to have our fears accommodated. But we're definitely not going to have them accommodated if we don't speak up for ourselves, are we? So, of the places that can't always accommodate that comfort level of mine, how can I find the ability to express myself freely and move about in more creative ways that don't depend on my surroundings? And if I can remember what the third example of a fear was, fear of being lost. At some point, am I going to feel lost? Probably. Unless I stay in my comfort zone forever. But do I want to always be exactly where I am, or is there merit in going beyond that? There is merit in going beyond that. If you go outside of your comfort zone, I'm sure that you'll probably get lost at some point in some way. So, How can you find some place that you feel a part of that is yours wherever you go? That's the next part of this meditation. That you engage your creative mind and ask, what is it that I can get that's not dependent on my surroundings? And I'll leave you a few moments to consciously breathe and ponder over that question. The thing that I'm afraid of losing, when it's out of my control, how can I find that in places that I know are always going to be there? For example, someone with the fear of rejection, they may look for ways of empowering their own voice, that they find value in their own ability to validate themselves. If you don't reject yourself, then you'll always be validated. What part of you is genuinely and sincerely supporting your own actions now? How can you find gratitude for that support that comes from within? Can you look back in your life and see all the times that you succeeded because you believed in yourself? That you were able to say to yourself, I can do this? For someone who's claustrophobic, you can ask yourself, how can I find enough space within myself in order to have room to be? How can I create enough inner space so that I feel like there's enough room inside me to hold my experience in all of its different forms? And have there been times in my life where I feel like I've expanded in some direction inwardly, and there was more room to be able to hold, well, space for what I'm going through internally? When do I feel deepness within myself? That would be the next question. And for someone who's afraid of getting lost, you can ask yourself, when have I been able to feel at home even when I wasn't literally in my house or with friends or family? How can I feel like I know where I'm supposed to be, and that's here and now, wherever I go? What's something that I always take with me, that I'm always included? Whatever your fear is, I leave you a few moments to then come up with an answer to our previous question, which is how we can find that in other places, and follow that up with the next question, which is, in my own experience, when have I had the solution to that problem before? Breathe consciously as we explore that. At what point in our life did we feel like we were able to answer that question of how we were able to find what we usually get from outside, but in that moment there was something about our independence from that, when you were free from needing to externalize that attachment. For example, in the case of the person who fears rejection, maybe you remember that when you were on the playground as a child, that you had challenged yourself to be able to jump from one part all the way to the other, and other people around you didn't think it was possible. They thought, oh no, you'd fall and you're going to hurt yourself. But somewhere within you, you were feeling brave and you said, no, I'm going to try to jump from the monkey bars all the way to the slide. And you did it. And you were able to validate your own ability from your own determination to succeed. And so the question for you now would be, is that brave little girl that jumped from the monkey bars to the slide still with you now? Is the monkey bars and the slide still here now, just in a different form? But instead of the monkey bars, it's now your home that you grew up in, and the slide is now your first apartment. It's just that that little girl has grown up, and the monkey bars have changed forms, and the slide's different, but it's all the same. Therefore, can you find that same bravery at that time today? For a person with claustrophobia, maybe you remember that you were once in a very small, confined place. You had been hiding under your bed, but you had brought a light in there with you, and you had brought some crayons and a piece of paper. And even though the world around you seemed small, your imagination was not. And there was a whole infinite world inside your vision. And there was enough space for you to express yourself freely, to your own creative abilities. And so the question for you would be, whenever you feel that you are underneath a bed, having to hide from the world, or trapped in some other way, do you feel like that little boy is still a part of you? And it's just that the paper and crayons have changed into a new medium, and now, instead of a paper, you have the ability to organize something different about your job. And the crayons are all the different techniques that you have to communicate to your colleagues. So if the paper and crayons are still here, just in a different way, is your imagination still there also? And for someone who's afraid of getting lost, maybe you remember a time in which you chose to be lost, that you had ran away into a park and you spun around 10 times so that when you got up again, you didn't know where you came from, because the challenge was to find your way back. And in the meantime, you got to look at the slugs and the caterpillars and the mushrooms and the moss on the ground. You got to walk over the logs, over the streams, climb a tree. That at some level you were trying to find home, but at another you were home already. And you loved the freedom of being nowhere in particular. So you can ask yourself, has that part of you gone anywhere? Maybe you've moved and your home is different, and now you don't feel found when you're at home, but you feel found when you're able to find that community that you really feel gets you. And instead of a forest, you have the jungle of your own mind. So if that young part of you is still there, it's just that your destination has changed and the forest has changed, but it's still there in different forms. And is your ability to have fun with the journey back still there too? And so for the next few moments, I asked you to think about whatever that moment was for you that answered the last question, of a time in which you were able to get what you now need externally, internally. Is that part of you still there? It's a rhetorical question. The answer is yes. Better question would be, bring that part of you out today. I'll leave you a few moments to think about what that would look like today. Consciously breathing. imagine this freedom as a story already taking place within your heart. And you see, not through your eyes, but your inner eye of compassion, how this is possible for you today. Visualize that in your heart. And I am sure that it will awaken. Does that mean maybe being disciplined enough to allow yourself times that you get to be a child? You may take times out of your day to eat good food, to exercise, study. But do you have the discipline to be a child? And you take however long it is that your schedule will allow and use that to bring out that part of your younger self which was capable of finding everything it needed within. Can you take some time play just as you were on a playground, to color just as you did with crayons, or get lost just as you did in nature? And you allow yourself the freedom to be youthful. And that is not a question that I can answer for you. And when you're ready, we'll end the meditation. Thank you for listening. Namaste. And if you want to leave a review, tell me how we did, if that meditation was helpful for you, how we can improve upon it next time. Let me know. I think we covered all of our points, just in different ways. All at once. Now thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the TikTok and septet of roses that you had sent while we were meditating. Om Bhram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Dear Moonflower Magic, hello and thank you for your heart me, Team Bracelet, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Team Cheers. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. And thank you, Inevitable, for liking the live. Om Aing Saraswatyai Namaha. And thank you, Inevitable, for liking the live. For a moment. If my connection has returned, do let me know. I think it has returned now. Thank you for liking the live, dear Lani. And Honey Badger Heals. Thank you, dear Usha Bai, for your Rosa and finger heart. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. How do you like the live, asks Jennifer. I believe you just have to tap. Every time you tap, it adds a heart. And thank you for liking the live, dear Ragnhildur. It's not necessary in order for me to be happy to be in service of all of you, but I know that it does push the live stream to more people's feeds. So if you feel like there's someone else that could be a part of this space, then that's one way of hinting to the universe to include them. Thank you, dear Anazak, for your pair of finger hearts. Hare Krishna. And dear Holly, thank you for your quintet of finger hearts. Om Namah Shivaya. And thank you, dear Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jaya Ramana Maharshi. Thank you for finding calmness and beauty and presence in me, dear Sarah. G to infinity, you ask, do I get points for every engagement? It's a good question. I'm not sure exactly how the algorithm works, but it would make sense to me that would be the case. The metrics that show up on my screen are the likes, the shares, the follows, and the gifts. And none of them are ever expected, but nonetheless appreciated. I'm happy to hear that, dear Wim Neurodivergent. I shall certainly make more. Thank you, Gary, for your liking of the live too. Dear Inevitable, thank you for your tiny yippee. And dear Ushabai, thank you for your how many roses? The number keeps going up. A whole garden. Jaya Sachitanandam. 38, thank you. Thank you, Jake, for your confetti too. Dum Durgaye Namaha. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your 10 team cheers. Om Kamalir Maha Kalikaye Namaha. And Anazak, thank you for another rose. That was a beautiful and emotional meditation in your experience. I hope it wasn't too emotional. You're very welcome though, dear Donsuela. So we will be ending the live stream now that we've concluded our final portion. Thank you for finding all those things in me, dear Lanny. Daydream, you had asked, I'll answer before we go, what are my thoughts about the human experience and world peace? Well, in order to experience peace among humanity, we have to first find it within our own experience and go from there. Share it with the world. Dear Cliche, you shared that someone got super angry with you and you recalled what I said yesterday and you diffused it. That is incredible. I'm so happy to hear that. All we have to do is remember these things, you know? I think we have enough experience in many ways to be able to make a difference. The tricky part is in recalling what we need at the right time. And that's a whole art in and of itself, and well done. Much love, dear Caleb, tonight. I am doing wonderful. Thank you. Cliche, you share that you just said, sorry, I'm so sorry. And he just got back in his car and you kept yourself calm. That's That's going to be one of those moments like an inside out, when a core memory is formed and it goes on the shelf. Yeah. And the more you succeed at that, the more memories you have to put faith in, given your experience. The first time is always the hardest, as with most things. And then it gets easier from there. You've never done anything like that before. It's only just the beginning. Thank you for sharing that. My goodness, dear not the stand user. That sounds extremely traumatizing. It's not your fault. What another person is going through and how they choose to do with that experience. So please, I hope you can forgive yourself. Yeah. As a good friend, we know what's best for them. And what's best for them right now is to take accountability for what they've done. And I'm sure that it will be a very, very challenging journey ahead of them to be able to forgive themselves. But it will also be necessary for them to find peace too. And I'll certainly keep their parents in my prayers as their life takes on a new form. No one wants to hear that news when they wake up, and I imagine it may make us think differently about how we go to sleep tonight, but I don't want you to be kept up without sleep. You definitely need that too. It's going to be very challenging the way forward. But a lot of rest and prayer and handing things off to the universe will be very helpful. Dear Cliche, you share that you have been replaying the situation in your mind in your sleep, but you have to let it go now. If you want to sleep, absolutely. Yeah. And there's no point being kept awake. Doesn't mean you'll never think of this thing again. It's important to reflect on these things, and if there's something that we have to process still, we'll set aside time for that. But sleep is not the time. It's not selfish to put something aside before we go to sleep, since sleep is the time that we rejuvenate ourselves to be able to process the things that we need to during the day. All we can do personally in such circumstances are continue to hold some space within our hearts that are peaceful, and as much room as we have the capacity to hold some of the feelings that another person is going through, then we do so, but not without sacrificing the peace that we hold simultaneously. Imagine that yourself, like many people in your situation, would feel like you could have saved them from doing something like that. And it's true that it didn't have to be that way, but it's also true that it is what it is at this moment. And so what matters now is how we go from here, as hard as that is. And that's beautiful, dear cliche. Yeah. No need to add to what's the noun form of provocation? That's it. No need to add to the provocation. Just change the course in the capacity that you can. The reason that we do hold space for what another person is going through is to hold it close to something else like peace. Just like there are healing zones in video games, if you stand in a certain ring, your health will go up. So there's that space to hold you, because in that space is also healing grace in that case. And when it comes to other people going through difficult things in their lives, we hold space for what they're going through. But we continue to hold space for all of our healing grace too. Which means that we can't let go of all of the things that we're grateful for. All of the things that are going right. Because all of that serves as something to hold the other aspects with in tandem. And be able to expand our worldview to accommodate that and bring our love where it needs to go. And hello, dear pursuit of a higher vibration. And thank you, Dan How You, for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. And dear Ushabai, thank you for your heart me. Tiny, tiny. And trio of roses. Yippee. And oh, what a beautiful name. I'm not sure if I'll be able to pronounce this, but Mavela Manzini. Thank you for your 69 roses. The funny number. Radhi, Radhi. And not the stand user. Thank you for your heart me. And thank you for sharing something so traumatizing for you in these last few hours, over the past 24 hours. These are definitely going to be the worst of them, but I know that you'll learn to accommodate this experience. But yeah, lots of grief for many people. Lots of questioning ourselves. It's only natural, but eventually forgiveness, acceptance, understanding, and prayer will really help with that. Communication will really help with that. Setting boundaries will really help with that. Therapy can really help with that. But continue to bring your mind to what you can do in the situation. If we continue to ruminate on what's out of our control and what's already done, then we may spiral. So it's so important to be centered in some practice that helps process our experience. Meditation may be really helpful. Going for a walk, or write down your thoughts, or maybe even some creative project, something to externalize what you're going through at this moment. Talking to people, all of that can be really helpful. I pronounced your name well. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Ash. Thank you for being receptive for the love, dear Garrett. Dear Cliche, you ask, have I had an experience or trauma I overcame? Oh, there's many that I'm still learning to overcome and process, and many that I'm very grateful for having gone a long way. I don't think there is ever a point where, a drama is finished, because there's always something that we can continue to learn from, which I think is really beautiful in other ways, that our experience is always going to be a source for learning and growing and healing. I had a friend that I grew up with, a childhood friend. We were neighbors, and we used to hang out in each other's houses and hang out on the beach, and we tried building a fort one time in the bushes on his property, and we did build a fort made of blankets and chairs as a compromise one time, had a sleepover. And he is a beautiful soul, but he ended up passing away a few years ago. And no one knew, at least I definitely didn't, that he had an addiction to painkillers. I think it was oxycodone, I think that's how it's pronounced. I guess what happened was that he was working at a pharmacy, and working at a pharmacy, you have access to all of these things, and at some point you feel like you might want to try one of those things. But he ended up getting addicted to it, and he overdosed one day because of it. And that was my first experience of death coming from someone who was in my life as a friend, someone who was practically the same age as me. And so that definitely unsettled me to know that, people my age are not immortal, and there really are ways which we can screw up and not have another day in this body, in this life. But if I think about all of the time that I did have with him, I'm just so grateful to have been his friend. And sure, it could have been a different way. Maybe if I had been a closer friend as we grew up, maybe I could have been a part of a different timeline, where he ended up not needing to get whatever he was getting from painkillers. But ultimately, some things are out of our hands, and what has happened has happened. And all we can really do is use that as something to grow from. Now, whenever a friend is going through something, I think about Brandon, and I think, now I'm able with this experience to be aware that there could be things that they're doing that they're not sharing, that are unhealthy or dangerous. So it's so important to have trust, to have relationships where each party is free to be vulnerable without judgment and share what they're going through. And that we always never end things in an argument, because you never know when the last time you'll see them is. You always end things with love, even if you agree to disagree in the moment, for example. And you reflect on all the good times you had, and how wonderful it was that you were able to have that experience, for example. And that's just one kind of trauma. But whatever it is, we have to find value in the experience. How does it open us up to a new reality? And how can we accommodate that reality everywhere we go now? And so now that I know what it's like to have a friend that passes away, now that friend lives on in all of my friendships, because I take what I learned from that relationship and I apply it in all of my relationships as far as I can. And so that very same relationship continues to evolve, just now through different bodies and minds. Thank you, Julia, for the fast verse that you had sent to. Om Shrim Mahalakshmyai Namaha. I'm not sure how much of that is applicable to everyone else's experience, but in any way in which I can relate, that is my honor. And that's just another thing that these tragedies do, is that they allow us to come together in other ways, since each one of us knows what it's like to lose something in some way. And thank you, Julia Franco. Much love, not the stand user. It will get better in time. Dear Susie, you ask, how much do you trust people though after that? Well, in many ways, even more. Because now I know that if there's any expression of something difficult that they're going through, I can trust that no one fakes pain, that you can't fake that there's something inside you that's hurting. So when you always have to take a person's expression of pain more serious like that, then moving forward, you trust in their ability to express that something within them is hurting. That if they are going through some pain, even if they're joking about it, if they're saying, ha ha ha, I hate my life, that you can take that seriously, that somewhere inside is a part that is really hurting. And that's not a lie, even if it comes out as a joke, for example. And there are so many ways that people express their pain without even realizing to. And the biggest indication of that is how they treat others too. That even if they're not saying to the world that some part within them is hurting, you can know by other means, If they open their mouth and out comes words that carry pain, even if the intention is to create pain in another person, well, where is that coming from within them? We can look for these things. Are they trying to make up for a lack of peace by depending on a foreign substance, depending on some drug or alcohol or some experience, like constantly trying to fill their nights with some amount of partying, for example? All of these point to an indication that something inside doesn't feel complete. And so they're having to get something outside to fill in the gaps of what should be a completely sufficient system by itself. That we all have the capacity to find completion by this very sophisticated system we call a human being. Thank you, dear Alan, for your heart me and rose. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. Not the stand user, you share that bad trips always force you to meditate though, so you always find bliss somehow. I believe you, and I believe in you. And I echo what dear Ushabai shares, that I pray for the health of all of you, dear Sangis. I do include all of you in my prayers, sometimes by username, not all at once, but usually for the welfare of everyone who comes through this space and beyond. That's beautiful, dear Zana. What someone suppresses is expressed by the other. Powerful. All right. I was intending on ending the live a little while ago, so this is why we already had our meditation. But yeah, whenever there is something that I can attend to that's important, I'll always prolong the live a little bit. So if you're feeling okay not to stand user for now, and we can depart at this moment and return later, and I'd be happy to say goodbye and good night and good morning to everyone. Alright, happy to hear that. And any way in which I can help and outside of the live, do not hesitate to reach out on my other platforms. You're very welcome, dear Cliche. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. No matter what faith we hail from, or none at all, or a combination, or it's complicated. We all share a piece of the same puzzle within, and to that, my salutations. Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mritangamaya Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. That means lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from death to deathlessness. Om. May there be peace in our environment. May there be peace in ourself. And may there be peace in the forces that compel us. Thank you all for being wonderful participants and contributors to this space. Thank you, dear Andre. Nice to see you again. Thank you to my lovely moderators who help preserve the sanctity. the peace. If there's any part of this live stream that you feel you'd benefit from listening to again, I always upload the recordings on my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives. And I clip the meditations and the readings in their own playlists too. And it's also chaptered down to the minute. So if there's ever a moment that you really wanted to listen to again, but you don't know if you'll be able to find it, well, I'm sure that you will be much more likely to find it if you open the description in the chapter system. There's a timestamp and a title corresponding to practically every subject that we traverse through. Thank you, dear Sav, for your septet of roses. Om Zoom Zuryaya Namaha. I should do an audiobook. Well, practically have already with the many books that we've already read to completion through. And you can find all of those audiobook playlists on the YouTube channel. Dear Moonflower Magic, thank you for your half a dozen team cheers. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jishtaya Namah Shreshtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavikarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikarnaya Namo Balapramatanaya Namo Sarva Bhuta Dhamanaya Namo Menon Menaya Namaha. Wherever you are in the world, be this your morning, your afternoon, your night, your evening, may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.